Good morning, everyone, and welcome to a committee of the whole. Before we begin, I'd like to congratulate Councillor Bell as being voted in vice chair of the new amalgamated health unit involving Norfolk and Haldeman. The meeting was yesterday, and he was nominated as vice chair, and Amy Martin, the mayor of Norfolk, is the new chair of the health unit. So thank you for all the work you did on the health unit, and congratulations on staying on the executive piece of it. Attendance has been taken. Everyone's here except for Councillor Oakley, and he's probably going to show up on screen sometime soon. He's not feeling very well, so he will show up though. So attendance has been taken. The agenda is the next thing on the agenda. Is there anything that anyone wants to add to a pretty specific agenda? Seeing none, I'm looking for a mover, please, for the agenda the way it stands. Councillor Pierce. Seconder is Councillor Kyle. All those in favor of the agenda the way it stands, thank you. Delegations, pecuniary interest first, we shouldn't have any. Unless the numbers get so big, then I'll have a problem with that, and I'll have to declare a pecuniary interest. But we'll start off the way we usually start off. I need a motion to take us to convene as community of the whole. Councillor Kyle again and Councillor Garneau. We'll vote on that. All those in favor? Opposed? And carried, which takes us to number 5 on the agenda, which is the introduction of the economic outlook, and that's Allison.
Thank you, Your Worship. Welcome everyone to the first day of our 2025 budget. The happiest day of the year for everyone, I'm sure. I'm not going to focus too much, like I have in previous years, on going into sort of national and provincial economic indicators. I think everyone's broadly aware of the things that are factoring in. I want to focus today on the actual context of the County of Brant budget, some of the drivers for us, and what's actually going to affect us this year and probably for the coming years. And there's some good news and there's some challenges in there too. So those are the things that I really want to have council encourage you to keep those in mind, again, for context as we move through the budget in the coming weeks. So again, I've already said a little bit, and these were true last year and will probably be true for the next several years, that we're experiencing high demands for service. I think that's indicative of the good job that the county has done in terms of response and dealings with the public, but that always keeps on increasing as we move forward. We've had some declining revenues that I'll speak to a little bit further in the presentation, and of course the pressures from growth and some market changes. The local economy overall, I think, is responding very well to a volatile, some volatile conditions. We have entered into a more normalized interest environment, but that is still going to be something that's going to affect people. For example, if you've had to renew your mortgage when interest rates were quite high, cost of living and affordability is generally going to remain top of mind for most people. Again, our local economy is faring fairly well. Our unemployment rate has risen since last year, but we're still trending below the provincial and the national average. Oops. Our building permit levels in 2024 remained quite strong, coming in at about roughly 28 million as of December 2024. Again, I think we all wish it was a little bit higher, and again, I'm going to speak to that a little bit more as we move forward and the importance of that. We've had new business openings again this year, and the spending in general was supported by our population growth. The median salary is again above the living wage. And we've had a number of new businesses open in the county, creating approximately 328 new jobs this past year. In terms of county business, again, these are all things that I've talked about in throughout the year in different ways, depending on different reports that are coming forward. But they're going to continue to be a strain on the county business. It's a really dynamic environment in general. The way things are changing, either through legislation or other factors, the jobs that staff are doing this year are likely going to change next year. So it's not even so much what we're doing, but how we're doing it that's putting a strain on the workforce. And broadly speaking, I would say that we're pretty lean still in terms of our staff complement as it relates to our growth. And I think there's challenges and opportunities in those circumstances. I think I'm going to continue probably to be speaking to this on a regular basis to council, just so that we can make sure that we're keeping an eye on how we deliver our services and that we can continue to support the health of our workforce and our efficacy moving forward. So this is where I want to spend a little bit more time. Again, things that I want council to keep in mind as we move deeper into the numbers. Some of the things affecting us, most of you know this, but again, I want to make sure that we keep it in mind. We have decreased revenues from the boundary adjustment that we've enjoyed in recent years. There are massive capital projects underway, a number of legislative changes that we are responding to, and the next two I think are important as we look at the projects and some of the pressures. I've said before that I think the geography of the county is both a blessing and a curse for us. It's wonderful, and it's what a lot of people love about the county is that we have a number of different communities. We have a mix of urban and rural. There's different character to each of those communities. But in terms of our actual growth and our employment lands, it's really difficult for us, almost impossible in some ways, to achieve economy of scale and efficiency in our infrastructure. So that is always going to be something that we struggle with in the county in terms of where we put our money and how efficient we are with the infrastructure that we actually do invest in. And in terms of the development cycle, I want to talk about that a little bit and how it affects not only this year's budget, but upcoming budgets. So I can't stress enough how important it is that we make sure that we get more employment on stream. It's what will stabilize our tax base and influence our broader regional economy. Right now, we are very capital heavy up front. So in other words, in order to get our employment lands on stream, we're investing heavily in the infrastructure that's required for that land. Again, it's very capital heavy up front, and that is affecting us. The good thing is a cycle. So once we get that infrastructure in place and we move into an absorption end of that cycle, that's where we're really going to start to see positive impacts on our tax base and our assessment. Oops, sorry, I skipped one there. So our current budget, staff have worked diligently to prepare this budget. As always, some difficult decisions are likely going to have to be made. We have already worked through some of those difficult decisions and are going to be providing options to council. And I'll just use one example. For the BSC addition, we've suggested the construction move into 2026 pending a possible grant application that's in. So in other words, if we were to be successful in getting that grant, we may come mid-year to council and say, you know, we have this money now, we want to move forward earlier in 2025. And I think that speaks to a sort of fundamental shift that we're going to be recommending, not all through this cycle, but throughout the year and how we approach some of these large projects from a policy perspective. So again, we'll be bringing more of that forward and we'll have some discussion throughout the budget cycle. At a core level, I'd suggest that the county needs to start prioritizing needs and wants in the immediate future. We've been a lot of things to a lot of people, and we've grown, and I think that's all very positive. But again, where we are in this cycle, we are going to have to start prioritizing some of the projects that we have in the pipeline. Because of all this work, and I thank staff for that, the starting point for 2025 is roughly 4% lower than where we started in 2024, which is great, I think. There's going to be some things that we're going to be obviously less flexible on because we've already done some of that upfront work, but again, we'll be presenting some of the options for council in terms of how to moderate that number or potentially increase it based on decisions you may have in front of you. Staff and council, though, throughout this year and in coming years are going to need to remain focused on and consistent, I should say, on our priorities, our strategic plan in light of some of these fiscal realities and the market. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any at this time. Otherwise, I'll turn it over to Heather Boyd.
Does anyone have Councillor Bell?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Alison. Alison, I was pleased to see you say, or hear you say, that we need to prioritise needs and wants. That was something I raised last year. Suggested we did it in a more formal structure. Didn't get support for that, but I'm glad that the message has gone through, and I hope that staff have gone about it in that way. But to the comment about starting point, yesterday some of us sat in a social services meeting, and we were confronted, I think, with some harsh realities that if we are to meet our obligation in terms of providing the number of homes that the two mayors agreed through their task force, it's likely that we have a need to find something like $22–23 million for affordable housing in the next few years. I assume that the start point does not include any of that at the moment.
Through your worship, it doesn't. So I did watch that meeting, by the way, so I am aware of the conversation that happened. I don't think there's any need to panic. While you're not going to see that in this budget, how we've approached it is, and how we likely will moving forward, is the same way we approached Trillium Way. So, depending on, the land, the scale of the build, we may approach it through debt funding and the reserves that we've started. So, but you're correct in that we don't have a formal plan in front of council. Again, because some of the things are unknown. We don't know where some of these builds are going to be. We are working on Russell Heights, and I think that's the one you're going to see the soonest, and that adds 35 units of the 94 that are still outstanding for the county. So there are a lot of thoughts around that, and staff have been discussing it. It's going to be included for consideration in the long-term financial plan, which you're going to see next week. And there'll also be a broader report coming forward from staff that's going to explain what we recommend the approach to be and put some decisions in front of council.
Okay, one more if I may, Mr. Mayor. The council was presented with a report from Burnside, I think it was, on the asset management plan, and there was a call there for us to spend $250 million over the next 10 years. Does the starting point reflect that?
Through your worship, so it doesn't reflect fully funding that this year. We certainly could, but obviously that would have a massive impact. But it does reflect, again, a starting point for that, and recognizing that we want to do it over time and get to a fully funded point in our asset management plan.
I think if I recall correctly, through the mayor, that we agreed as council that the starting point would be fully funding that plan. Could you just explain why we've moved away from that?
Through your worship, predominantly, honestly, we didn't want to cause sort of mass panic, because it does increase the number quite a bit, but we certainly have it modeled so we can show you what that number would be, and then we can go from there.
Yeah. I have to express my disappointment that having agreed as council, that's where we would start. We're not starting from there. I'll just leave that for the rest of my council colleagues.
Thank you. Councillor Miller, you're next.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Very briefly, I will say, Allison, is one of the best opening remarks I've ever seen for a budget. So, I appreciate what the information you've given us, and you're the first person who's ever addressed the fact that our geography is really tough. It's really tough in terms of, like you said, economies of scale. My concern is, you talked about unknowns. I think we have a few more unknowns coming up. We got a leader of the Conservative Party who's talking about, more houses, more growth, but without development charges. And I don't know how anything moves forward without development charges, because that would have to come back on the existing ratepayer. I don't know if all these wildfires in LA will drive up insurance and all that. So, just a quick, if through you, Mr. Mayor, is there anything you see on the horizon that might give us more problems?
Through you, Your Worship, potentially. I mean, there's the idea of tariffs too, and I think it's made a lot of people nervous, particular companies. I think it's a bit of a waiting game, obviously, but I think a lot of investors and companies are nervous about timing. They're nervous about potential inflation going back up, what it might do to our supply chain. So yeah, there are a lot of unknowns, and I think that's going to be reflected probably in tenders that we get back. That unknown, and people are trying to sort of potentially get ahead of hedging their losses on what might happen. And just to go to your earlier remark too, most of while we've seen explosive growth, it's all been residential, and we know that doesn't pay for itself. So that has been another factor. I didn't speak much to it, but again, it really goes to why I'm stressing that we need to get our employment lands on stream, and really that be our focus moving forward.
Councillor Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Allison and the others. Yeah, thank you for this. Can I just ask that, and as I asked last year, as we start going through this in each of the tabs and stuff like that, can we just get an idea from everybody how many staff are in that particular portion? Just a heads up to everybody, so if they could just have that information ready for us, that would be perfect. Thank you.
Any other questions for Allison? Seeing none, thank you. Thank you, and we'll go to number 6 on our agenda, which is a budget overview, and Heather Boyd's going to take us through that.
Sorry, thank you. Format of the budget binder is the same as it was in previous years, so won't spend much time on that. unless there's any questions. What I would like to get into is discussing how this budget aligns with our strategic plan. We did take a lot of time to look at, what priorities council set and where this budget meets that. So the first priority, of our new plan is objective number 1, economic and financial resilience. So the long-term financial plan model is clearly a big deliverable on that. And that will be coming to council in its next version, January 22nd. What this does is it builds from our 2025 budget, looks at what kind of funding commitments, revenue, and expenditures that the county is committed to for the next 10 years. What the long-term plan model is not going to do is it's not going to tell council how to spend their money. So, it sets up, this is what we've already said we're going to spend, but where we go from there with it, things can always change, and council can add to or take away from the list. And part of what comes out of the plan will be developing policies on establishing a process for how we establish what council's spending priorities are, what future projects are going forward, when they go forward, and what kind of funding models. Also on that, so the asset management plan to drive the 10-year capital forecast, Councillor Bell's already touched on this. As Allison mentioned, the 2025 draft capital program does not fully fund the asset management plan, but what it does is it fully funds every project that we have in that plan that we can go forward with that's scheduled for 2025 in 2025. There's a lot of projects that still require studies, and there's a lot of projects we couldn't do this year for resources, studies, other things. We couldn't do them this year even if we had an infinite financial source. So what it does is it's a realistic view of what we can achieve this year, and the long-term plan will take us into the future to get us to fully funding that plan over the course of the plan. It proposes a total of 23.6 in funding towards the asset management plan, and that's just out of the capital. There are some smaller operational pieces that at some point we will also be looking how those feed into the asset management plan. They're a little harder to aggregate out of the budget, but that's where we're starting with this year's funding commitment to the asset management plan. We've also highly prioritized asset management plan initiatives over any new acquisitions, construction projects, things that, were not just to meet council's direction from the summer when it provided the budget direction. The other part of the strategic plan objective number 1 is also creating healthy and diverse economies. So there's new investments in our downtown core. Obviously, the Grand River Street North reconstruction is a big piece of that. There's also proposals for some investments in community improvement plan grants and communication and liaison efforts around those. The other piece is, Allison alluded to our need to increase and encourage our employment investments, and so part of our economic development strategic plan, which was approved, we're going to be focusing on looking at Kanesville secondary and infrastructure investments that will help build upon our non-residential development opportunities. Strategic objective number 2, focused growth and infrastructure. So one of the things we took seriously this year was a lot of comments about how do we manage growth? How do we push the growth pace for growth and, try to mitigate the cost to taxpayers for all the growth going around? And one of the big pieces of that is the St. George Water Pollution Control Plant. Obviously, it's a very big number in our capital program going forward this year. Funding for that is intended to be through a front-ending agreement with the landowners group. And it's no surprise that, that funding model absolutely helps the county in terms of, we do still have to pay for a benefit to existing, but we're now paying for our benefit to existing over the course of the project without actual debt funding from the county. So that's a big piece of our financial plan. Healthy, safe, and engaged communities. So we are currently in the public engagement session for this budget. We did start the session off with a 2024 end of year survey as to, to garner what the community thought of, finances in general and budgeting in general without actually having the documents in front of them. So no surprise, the very highest priority, the comment we got on a vast number of the comments was relating to the cost of municipal services and tax levy increases and calls to not raise the taxes or to raise them by just a little bit. There was also a lot of calls asking for increased accountability and more transparency in how we manage our funds and how we award our tenders. So as I've mentioned a few times in this presentation, so what we did is we've taken that seriously. We've delivered this budget based on the calls for financial restraint. We're trying to balance between mitigating tax increases while still delivering on council's priorities, focusing on those asset management and essential services pieces, and just holding on our debt commitments, hoping to garner a little bit of breathing space between our self-imposed debt limit, so that we have the money to invest in things like the affordable housing piece for the future. So as I said, 95 comments were talking about financial restraint. Offsetting that was also 205 comments requesting new and enhanced services. So that's always kind of the two sides of the coin you get, and every time you go to the public on these things is a lot of people don't want more taxes, but in the same comment will also be asking for some new services, new facilities. So that's always one of the difficult positions that council's put in to try to manage those two requests. Just from a highlight, the three things that were asked for the most were improved public transportation, that bypass the Barris downtown, and just general traffic improvement, road safety improvements. There were a few projects that were just right on the border of, some people liked them, some people didn't. Burford servicing, the Paris downtown reconstruction, a lot of that was people concerned about what the disruption will be. And the new library project. Objective number 4, stable and responsive governance. So as you know, we did take some major work in 2024 to come to a more stable workforce. We've successfully negotiated one of our contract negotiations. We're well into negotiations on the other, and we did the market compensation review to look at our overall compensation packages. There are a few number of new positions proposed in the decision packages. We did try to, make sure that we didn't send any that we didn't feel were absolutely necessary. Also recognizing that we can't continue to grow as a municipality in not only our size, but also what we provide and the complexity of how we provide those without some increases. Environmental sustainability and climate action plans. So those were approved late in 2024 as well. And I'm pleased to say that one of the highlights of this budget is that we do invest in some more environmental sustainability and climate action initiatives. And one of the things that we found was we are now at that point where the investments we made in the past towards renewable energy and solar are now starting to actually see some concrete revenues and some actual money that we can put towards reinvesting into future investments that will hopefully have the same effect, so that we're always building our program, not detracting from that. So this is the first year that we did allocate some of those revenues towards specific projects in the capital budget that we saw as having actually advancing our climate action plan. The proposed draft operating budget is up here. It's in your binders for much easier reading than what I'm showing up here. And as you know, everybody will be going through their sections in more detail. Proposed budget drivers, I'll talk about a few of those. A lot of them are the same kind of things we've seen year over year. One thing I will point out is the OPP increase. Obviously, when we started this budget process, we were looking at a much larger OPP increase. And thanks to the province having come forward with some funding to help offset that, 2025 numbers do look much better. It's just a cautionary tale that 2026, we have no idea if there'll be the same kind of support or if we are going to be looking at those kind of increases plus more in 2026. We don't know where we'll be at for that. I did want to talk, every year we have a little discussion about contribution from the contingency and rate stabilization reserve. In 2024, we did contribute 1.5 million from that. Some of that got repaid with our 2023 surplus. So what the budget driver, the decrease in the contribution from contingency reserve means is that every year when we do that, the next year, that's a source of revenue we don't have from the starting point. So later in the process, we can get the Treasury group to look at where that reserve stands now, and we can talk about if we're going to make another contribution. At some point, if we manage to make it a year without that contribution from the reserve, so that would be that much further to the good for the next year. But that's always a discussion we have, usually not at our first meeting. Increase to the capital levy. So yes, council's direction was to find a model to fully fund the asset management plan. We are putting forward $768,000, and almost all of that increase is intended to go towards asset management projects, projects that support our long-term financial plan, and also recognizing that there are a number of projects we still need to do some facility assessment conditions. We're not just going to throw out money out there for projects that we don't have the full scope on at this time. So that's where the draft budget comes into that. There are a number of decision packages prepared for committee's consideration. Based on the same thing we always did. There's 22 in this, and there was a 23rd one that'll be coming for the February 6th meeting, which is the signs for the historical communities piece that we approved at ANO the other night. So including that one though, our total decision packages represent $2,226,000 or 2.72 increase to the tax levy if they were all approved. Next step, each department head will be making their presentations today on their specific divisions and their overviews of, touching on capital projects and decision packages. The purpose of this meeting is for you guys to have a chance to better understand where we're at, to ask any questions of the departments, and to ask for more information that we can bring back at a future meeting. We won't have answers necessarily for things you want today, but we will certainly have a follow-up report. Our next meeting is January 22nd for the external agency presentations and the long-term financial plan presentation. And February 6th will be when we start into the budget deliberations. The only other thing I wanted to mention is that we did have a question regarding materials and supplies. So part of the information that was distributed this morning is an updated materials and supplies list. We have gone through and provided more detail on some of the big catch-all groupings of materials and supplies, try to explain where some of the big increases have come from. Haven't captured it all, have some thoughts on ways to better present that in the future, but certainly welcome to take back any other details that we're looking for. I'd like to thank the budget team who are here, Heather Mifflin, Heather Bailey, who's now our new manager of budgets and long-term financial planning. So this is now officially her world. Vanessa Graves, our manager of accounting, who has graciously continued helping out on a very intricate level in the budget, and to Dustin Van Eggen, who someday we will let him become the manager of taxation revenue and not tied into all our budget nonsense. But thank you.
Are there any questions for Heather before she starts to walk us through the binder? No? Thank you, Heather.
Thank you.
And you might as well stay at the podium because you're on first.
Yep.
Which is 7.1, Mayor and Council.
Is this what I'm looking for? Yeah. I just gotta keep scrolling down. Okay. my staff members. Sorry, I'll get there eventually. There we are. Okay, thank you all. First off the hop is the proposed 2025 budget for the mayor and council. This is where most of the expenses related to our council activities, our decision making, mayor salaries, and council activities, conferences, all that come into place. A couple of the 2024 accomplishments, and there's a lot of studies approved in 2024 and a lot more coming in 2025. A lot of work done in terms of climate action, development charges, background study, asset management, all the pieces we've already touched on that build into our strategic plan. Things for 2025 will be implementing the strategic plan that we approved at the end of the year, implementing the county brand official plan policies now that that document's been approved by the province. Obviously working through the downtown Paris master plan and the reconstruction project, and reviewing and implementing the long-term financial plan. Budget drivers are increases in wages and benefits and increases in memberships and subscriptions. Not any new memberships and subscriptions planned, but those costs go up on a regular basis. So it's once again, it's a very modest 2.7% increase, and there are no staff per se in terms of John's numbers in this piece. There are 3 decision packages there will now be 4 decision packages of things that were referred from council into the decision package list. One being the new hospital project, a local contribution, which is a carryover from last year. One being the Lansdowne Children's Center request for a capital campaign contribution, and the Woodland Cultural Center request for a capital campaign contribution. And the last being that additional signage that will be coming forward after Tuesday's meeting. Any questions on the mayor and council piece?
Questions? Councilor Garneau.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Heather. If not today, for a follow-up meeting, presuming that conferences and travel are under materials and supplies, could we just know how much of that is conference related versus kind of the ongoing day-to-day, please?
Yeah. I think that's actually captured in the salaries, wages, and benefits, because for council conferences and training expenses, it's tied to our remuneration bylaw. So those numbers would not have changed at all from 2024, but I can pull that out specifically.
Any other questions for Heather? Just noting that Councillor Oakley has joined us. He's been here for a little while, just for the clerk. No other questions? Allison?
Thank you, through your worship. So Office of the CAO, I'll just note, has 5 employees in total in the department. There's corporate strategy, who has 3, an executive administrator, and myself. So the purpose of the Office of the CAO is to provide overall strategic direction to all the departments, staff, ultimately through their relative departments and divisions, report into the Office of the CAO, and to provide ongoing communication and guidance recommendations to council. Some of the 2024 accomplishments, we did have the full implementation of the new organizational structure. It's gone very well, again, and I've talked about this many times, but it's something in the context of our growth and so many changes that we're probably going to continue to just monitor and make some maybe minor tweaks and recommendations to, just to make sure that we are keeping stabilized and provide the best service possible. We renewed, as Heather mentioned earlier, one collective agreement with PWU, and we have another one ongoing. initiated the municipal accommodation study, corporate succession plan. You'll see the accommodation study coming to February policy meeting. And some new corporate initiatives, including annual review, which again you'll see in the spring, the compensation review, which has already been approved, and the project dashboard, which you've also seen. And Adam, who really did all the work on those, will be speaking to them when he presents. So 2025 priorities, again, we've already spoken to a few of them today. The Kingsville Master Plan, Downtown DIG, those will be big priorities. Some potential policies and procedures that we're going to bring forward with finance, and potential recommendations pending approval from the accommodation study and succession plan. Again, continued refinement of the long-term financial plan will be a priority this year and in coming years, and an affordable housing strategy, which I already spoke to, will be coming forward. The budget is largely status quo, with just basic step increases and inflationary drivers. And that's it. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Seeing none, thank you. And Heather?
Good morning. I'm pleased to be here today to present the budget for corporate strategy for 2025. Provide a minor overview. So obviously corporate strategy is responsible for broad-based strategic matters, many of which you've seen over the course of 2024. In 24, we oversaw the efforts to implement the Downtown Paris Master Plan, and we're now in a position where work has begun on Grand River Street North this morning, or earlier this week. Completed the update to the corporate strategic plan, completed the climate action plan, finalized the required measures to implement automated speed enforcement, which should be launching within the next month. Continue to support the application for the proposed co-op build at Russell Heights. You'll probably be receiving some further information about that in the next month as well. The project manager corporate strategy undertook a significant review of corporate data sources and created an inventory. And you've received a report on that, and we're working on ways to improve that sort of corporate flow of data to enhance decision making. And we retained a recruiter to support physician recruitment efforts, and we anticipate that things will improve in that aspect over the coming year. 2025 priorities, obviously through the budgetary process, we're implementing measures in the climate action plan, and notably there's a decision package for climate action specialist to assist with that effort. And then we'll continue to work to implement the Downtown Paris Master Plan with other measures. And as the construction project has been sort of solidified, work how that goes through the next coming years. Budget drivers, inflationary increases in salaries and benefits. The budget is a little unique in that it contains sort of corporate strategy administration, but also houses the budgets for automated speed enforcement and brand safe streets, as well as physician recruitment. So sort of aspects that are more corporate wide, but not necessarily contained under the complete purview of corporate strategy. And that's where some of the materials and supplies are largely related to automated speed enforcement. So as noted, it's very much sort of a jammed together budget when you add these extra sections. But as I said, basically the annualization of the project manager position that started in April is the biggest driver to salaries, wages, and benefits. In addition to the employees, the automated speed enforcement officers that will be undertaking that program. Aside from that, not noted in the presentation, as the CAO mentioned, we'll be looking towards enhancing our reporting and monitoring of the strategic plan, You'll probably be receiving a couple reports throughout 2025 on enhancements to monitoring and reporting on that. Looking to complete an annual review so that we can provide sort of a broad-based understanding of what the county completed in 2024, because sometimes we do sort of narrowly focus on the issues of the day and don't recognize the things that we do. And I think that's an important part of corporate strategy. Aside from that, that's pretty much my overview, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Adam? Councillor Howe is your first.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Adam. You're referencing the automatic speed enforcement, and while we don't know exactly what kind of revenues are going to come from that, this part of the budget takes the costs of implementing the automatic speed enforcement. Where do we end up seeing the revenue side of it show up?
So in the through you, Mr. Mayor, through the fees, service charges, that a large percentage of that is the revenue, the raw revenue that will be derived from fines, and then the expenditures. Again, these are kind of mixed up. Maybe a little more broken down budget would be helpful. So we made assumption that we would process anywhere between 30 to 35,000 tickets this year. We would see probably about a $220,000 net revenue from that. So that includes, so if you have sort of raw revenue and then you have a fee to our software service provider, there's an MTO charge that we have to provide for every ticket. The victim component is not included in that because ultimately it's a net in, net out. And then much of the expenditures will be the camera equipment itself, which we intend to purchase 3, which we budgeted for this year. Office equipment. So some of these are sort of one-time charges to establish the program. And then going forward, these are our best estimates on what we expect this year. It all depends on how many people speed ultimately.
Right. And as we said, sorry, through the chair, as we said in previous meetings, the intention on this is not, the primary intention of this is not to make money, but since we're here today to talk about money coming in and money coming out, I just wanted to touch on the revenue side of that.
Yeah, certainly. Just to follow up through you, Mr. Mayor. There's going to be net revenue that derives from that, and you'll see some policies coming forward on how to appropriate that net revenue, likely through enhanced traffic safety initiatives. And again, the intent is for the program to be self-sufficient and self-sustaining, and the revenue from each zone to create the opportunity to implement new zones.
Councillor Chambers.
Just, I'm trying to understand the outline here. Transfer to reserves, what is that and why is that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to kind of look to the budget team. I'm sure part of it would be ASE revenue that's sort of without a policy. We would just set it aside to a transfer, but I'm getting nods, yes. And I think there's some transfer of revenue for Brant Safe Streets as well, which is included in this.
I think a big part of that is for the ASC program, we did incur a bunch of expenses in 2024 to buy cameras and to get things set up. So the revenues from ASC are supposed to fully fund its own program. So there are some money that's going to have to go back to fund those works we've already done. We just need to make those adjustments. And hopefully going on beyond 2025 will be when we actually start seeing, some proceeds or future investments. But at this point, it's just catching up pieces we've already spent.
And then the question would be, why isn't that expensed in 2026 budget? Why is it taken away from this budget? It impacts this budget where it should be impacting the 2026 budget. What I'm getting at is you could zero the net levy if you didn't transfer the complete allotment and then expensed it next year when...
It's because most of the money's already been spent because we bought the cameras. And the point is that this program fully at the end of 2025, it's meant to levy out to 0%, $0 impact. So it's a self-funded department. So that transfer to reserves is just money going in and money going out. That this will be, there's a few departments like buildings one, development engineering is one, where the concept of the department is that it's self-funded over a course of a year. So money that comes in equals money that goes out. But there are a few things that we still need to pay for that we had to buy before the program actually kicks off.
So again, not to be argumentative, just trying to understand this, if there's money going in and money coming out and it's neutral, why is there a 13% increase in the levy? If it's self-funded, it's obviously not self-funded because we're adding 120. I'm just, again, trying to understand. I'm not debating whether it's good or bad. I'm just trying to understand why we're doing that.
The 13% is because of the department itself, the annualization of the position, all the other pieces that would have the departmental increases. The ASC is supposed to be full, like that's why there's a giant contribution in, huge increase in fees and services offset by a huge increase in costs. 13% is just where the rest of it plays out. It's the ASC should be funding itself. This is for some of the climate action stuff that we've approved in the specialist position. That's where the 13% mostly comes in. The materials and supplies, all the other normal kind of costs that this department, because they've taken on a bunch of different pieces. It's kind of one of those evolving departments where now this department's responsible for it. So that's where the 13% comes in.
So this is a dedicated reserve that it's being transferred into, which would be taken out for that particular purpose, I think is what you're saying.
Right. And then in
Rather than-
2026, we can see if we have money to invest either further in ASC or in other safe streets initiatives. Like that's where for this year, it's a zero net is our proposal.
So it's not going into the contingency reserve, it's
No.
going into a dedicated reserve for expenditures related to this department.
Correct.
That's what I think I understand.
Councilor Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Adam. Adam, 2025 budget drivers increase in contracted services for brand safe streets. Are the two dedicated OPP officers, are they included in this budget?
Through your worship, no. I'm getting the nod from the disagreement from the treasurer. No, they're not. Probably the director of roads could provide a little bit more. Ironically, we had discussions this year whether we should break these budgets out of corporate strategy as they were sort of historically housed there. I think the sort of mashed together version kind of shows that for future years we will sort of present them differently, and perhaps ASC also being unknown too. We just figured we would present it within corporate strategy for this year and see where it lands in terms of operating. But
Okay,
as I understand, no.
Okay, so I have a question about that as it relates to safe streets. So what portion of our budget binder would that be, those two OPP officers? And I'll ask the question then.
Councilor Pierce. You want to answer that?
Would it just be an OPP? Okay.
Who knows that? Oh, Cindy does.
Yeah, good morning. Through the mayor, that sorry, would be reflected in the OPP costs directly.
External agency then.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm going to ask my question now because I don't know if they'll know. They are exclusively dedicated to traffic enforcement. They issue a lot of tickets. Does that ticket money revenues, does that come back to the county and help us offset those two OPP officers?
Yeah. This through your worship, as I understand, that money would go to the POA court, and then as it helps self-sustain the POA court system, and then that whatever is remaining is retained back to the county. So yes.
And so where would that revenue show up in this budget binder? That would show up in external. Okay. Oh, good enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, number of staff?
My staff. So in the division, the administration, there's myself as the director, the development liaison, the project manager, corporate strategy, Haley. And then in the decision package, there's a proposed climate action specialist.
So currently three.
So currently 3 and 1 proposed.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Adam? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll move on now to development services, and that's going to be Alicia, isn't it? No? Oh, it's corporate service, sorry.
Sorry, just one second. I'm going to try to fix this view so we can read easier. Thank you. So presenting the Corporate Services Draft 2025 budget. My divisions are Administration, Council Services, Records Management, Human Resources, Legal Services, Business and Technology Solutions, and Finance. So Corporate Services Administration, it's generally a team of one, I guess 1.5, since there is one shared position with operations. What does come out of my budget as well, though, is a transfer to another division. So the cost for the customer service group, so all our customer service team, that's done through an interdepartmental. So we all share part of the front desk people. 2024, so a number of background studies, same things we presented to council, negotiated lease for the paramedic services headquarters, working through our departmental changes over the course of the year, and looking at structures, long-term resources. Priorities for 2025, obviously the long-term financial plan, presenting that next week, and then next steps for that. So there's going to be a lot of work left to do on the plan. A lot of things going to fall out from that, but it's going to take up a good portion of this year's priorities. Part of that is also including affordable housing strategies and the new hospital. Budget drivers are largely just salaries and benefits. Don't have any real capital projects or anything like that, so it's pretty straightforward on where our costs come from. I don't know if you want me to stop at each one, or we just want to go through my group and stop me if you want to, but
If there's questions between the divisions, they can ask.
Okay.
Is there any questions to this point? No. Just keep going then, Heather, that's great.
okay, for council services, it is a team of 6. We just this week filled our last position that was approved last year, so we do now have a full staff complement for this. So obviously 2024, a lot of it was working through the advisory board and committees materials. We focused a lot on staff training, getting our new team up and running, and completed the ward boundary review and the voting methods discussion. For 2025, we will absolutely be bringing forward that voting software solution that council's been looking for. Now that we finally got the team on board, we're in the testing stage with the eScribe to try to make sure that when we do transition to that, it's seamless and it works the way that everybody hopes it does. Other things they're going to be doing, there was a bunch of recommendations for improvements to the advisory committees that we are keeping. So part of our plan for this year will be trying to make those improvements and getting ready for next year's municipal and school board elections. Budget drivers, we do have one position that's being annualized, and we have moved, we've just made some operational changes where the telephone and courier budgets, some of those things are going to be dealt with by the customer service group. They're going to be buying for the organization as a whole rather than everybody buying their own little pieces. Yeah, so largely that's the council services group. They don't have any decision packages or capital items at this point. Okay, seeing no questions, records management. Our records management
Just
is
a minute. Council Chambers, you had a question?
I did have a question, and that's with regard to the implementation of the recorded vote software, et cetera. That was budgeted for last year, and obviously it wasn't spent. Where is that money, and what happens to it?
So
is it in the contingency reserve, or is that?
the last year, so we did buy the software last year. So we do have it now. We're in the testing stages of that. So the only other piece would be the staff didn't get hired until very end of the year, or actually beginning of this year. That will end up in the surplus because it was just operational money that wasn't spent. So it won't be in any kind of reserve. It'll end up in the year-end surplus.
Thank you.
Okay, records management is a team of two. So they are the caretaker of the corporate records. They manage, I don't know how many members of council have seen or heard of our records center. So they manage our paper and increasingly our electronic records. They've been working on a program for a few years now, moving forward with more digitization, less reliance on having hard copies, except for there are some things that we are required to keep forever in hard copies. So it's just an ongoing project. They also have seen some change in staffing structure and positions over the past year. So a lot of 2024 was getting the program, up and running, making sure that training, getting everybody running. 2025, we will be looking at expanding use of our electronic document record management system and working to decrease our paper footprint, which hopefully at some point will allow us to have less reliance on our actual physical assets for that record. Maybe even give us a facility freed up at some point, but that's like a lot. If you saw how many boxes of paper in that building, that project's a long ways off still. So, but that's where that team is headed. Once again, their drivers would be largely salaries and wages, and they don't have any capital or decision packages at this time.
Questions, Councilor Miller?
Just, you're looking at revenues, what do we charge for a freedom of information request? Is that a provincial amount or is that a municipal amount? And how many requests do we get a year?
They're just doing their 2024 reporting on that, so I should have that. The amount set for charging for an FOI request is legislated, so it's not a discretionary fee. We can charge whatever we want. There is part of that fee though that we do have a little bit of discretion on, is that for major requests for information, we can charge fees for things like copying or staff time to research if it requires looking through a whole bunch of documents and stuff. So there are some, but the actual putting in an FOI request, I'm pretty sure it's $5 and it's a standard fee.
Councilor House.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you. This isn't necessarily specific to this tab, but since you're up there anyway, I'm putting myself in the shoes of any member of the public looking through this budget. And, every category has salaries, wages, and benefits, and depending on the division, there's changes in the number of people involved, and we're going through a compensation review. So sometimes you see 4.8% increase in salaries, wages, and benefits, and sometimes you see 12 or 13, or it's all over the place, and some of that reflects changes in the number of people involved. But specifically, if someone asks us the benefits for the county, for the employees of the county, do we have a figure on what benefits, the percentage increase in the cost of benefits from last year to this year?
we can get I don't have it on hand at the moment, but yeah, we do know how much we've allocated for benefit increases. We can, now benefits being like our actual health benefits. Yeah, we can pull that out easily.
Okay. I think that would be
for-
handy for some of the conversations that come up in the streets. Thanks.
Allison?
Through your worship, I would just add to, and I think we've had some discussion about how we present this moving forward, because I think sometimes we create a sort of red herring in how it's presented in terms of percentages. So, depending on the size of the sort of base, those percentages can be a bit misleading. So, for example, a $10,000 increase might, it's not a big dollar increase, but if the base is small, it presents as a large percentage increase. So it will depend on how many staff are in the department, that sort of thing. But again, like the bigger percentages are often seen on specific line items. I mean, on smaller base budgets. So again, we'll try to provide, I think, better context in future budgets, because sometimes, like I said, I think it sort of presents as a red herring when it's not actually a substantive increase.
Any other questions before we move on? Okay.
Thank you, through the mayor. Human resources. Our human resources is a team of 8 currently, and that includes 2 positions. Well, 1 position that was approved in 2024. So 2024, those who get copied on our postings will know that we had an incredible amount of postings this year. We did have, so they've been doing a lot of recruitment, the market review, working through the collective agreements. I would say that for this group, it's not just about the numbers of people we recruit or offboard or onboarding. It's the complexity in this group. Like, it's human resources is a much more complex world. Every step they take is scrutinized and subject to being looked at, and it's a difficult department, but they do it with grace, and they're always lovely and cheery if you ever get a chance to talk to the HR folks, hopefully on a good context. So their budget is presented. The increase in this budget is largely, it's a big part of salaries and wages. Is in terms of numbers, their budget is largely driven by salaries and wages. Part of that being that we did approve 1 position in 2024 that just is fully reflected in this budget. There was no part of that piece that was in last year's budget. And once again, they have no decision packages or capital projects at this point.
Any questions regarding HR? Councillor Bell?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Heather. Heather, the 2024 accomplishment of supporting 100+ recruitments, what does that say about our turnover as an organisation?
I think we reported on that when we presented the market review. I mean, our turnover, obviously the more people you have, the more people you're having turnover, right? So we are seeing a fair number. It's always going to go up because we're a much bigger workforce than we were 5 years ago. So there's always going to be more turnover. We did approve a number of positions last year, and a lot of those, if we promoted from within, so that was a recruitment. Then we had to replace the person we promoted from within, so that's a recruitment. Then that, so there's sometimes the domino effects, which lead to a high number of recruitments as well. So I think we reported during our market review that we are seeing some increases in turnover, but that, it's not that it's out of control at this point. And I think, as I've mentioned, we have taken measures to try to stabilize the workforce, but we're always going to see recruitments, and we're probably always going to see increasing recruitments because we're just a bigger organization than we ever were.
Okay, I can't remember what the turnover number was. I would appreciate if you could let us have it.
Yep.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, we'll just keep moving.
Okay. Legal services. So our legal team is a team of 5, and that is led by Rochelle Welchman, who comes to present to council on a regular basis. 2024 accomplishments. So they've been working hard at creating a standardized approach to how we deal with development templates, subdivision agreements. Developing these templates is critically important to us having a strong position to say, this is how we treat everybody, and we're doing it the same. There were a number of major projects that they were involved in, including the transfer of the community health hub. And they've been working hard on the provincial fences and gearing up. This year, there's going to be a number of OLT cases. As you know, development charges are being appealed. We have some other fee appeals, and so there's few actual development applications that are going to be headed to the OLT this year. So that's going to be a big focus of theirs for 2025. Their budget drivers are pretty straightforward. They're largely in terms of, salaries and wages. Well, salaries and wages is a bit of adjustment because of where the positions are. Their budget's the only one actually decreasing. So not much to say in terms of where their budget's at, but they are seeing some more revenue in terms of, I imagine, charging for their time in some of our other pieces. So like when we do the POA stuff, like if they're the ones who are actually at court fighting the POA appeals, then they get some of the revenue from that. So once again, they have no decision packages or capital
Heather,
projects.
Councilor Miller has a question.
Yep.
Well, I was going to wait till she's done. But thank you. Okay, so question then. When a planning application goes to the OLT and we're given some crazy number that we have to spend to fight it, is this where it shows up?
No. So what we've done with the OLT stuff, this covers our legal team at the OLT. So they're
At
cost.
the OLT.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if it's just we're just sending our legal team to the OLT, then and that's that covered in here. When we hire experts or external lawyers or that, we don't budget for those per se. We consider those because we don't want to encourage that we have so much money to spend on experts. But we fund those, and those end up at the end of the year reported in the surplus. We've never gone to any extreme numbers on those. It's hard to say. Some years it'd be very difficult to budget. Some years we need $200,000 in external experts, and then some years you'd be like no dollars in external experts. So we've always just let it just ride to the bottom line, and we've never had a year where those numbers were exorbitant. So we have never just picked a budget number because it wouldn't be a true budget number. It'd just be a random guess as to what might come up that year for legal costs.
I don't know if it'd be random. I think we could make a fairly educated guesstimate, but have you guys ever talked about maybe having a reserve set up? We'll put in X number of dollars a year, and if we need to borrow from it or take from it, we do. And
yeah, we've talked about that. The numbers a few years ago that the lawyers were recommending was way more than we'd ever consider spending. So that's why we've never come to the point where we need to spend that much. And 100%, we would want council to be very cognizant and deliberate if we're spending any money on these appeals. And if we are, we will have, and if we need to budget in it the next year to offset the cost, we'll fund it the next year. But we've talked about it. We've never gone that route. Once again, are we just putting money in a reserve for the sake of putting money in a reserve at this point?
okay, thank you.
Councilor Chambers.
Thank you. It might be the same answer, but I'm just curious as to where in the budget do we budget for such things as deductibles and settlements against the county and that kind of stuff. If there's claims against the county, where's that budgeted for, and what would that budget be if it is indeed budgeted, or is it just taken out of the reserves as need be?
So insurance is included in this budget, and I do believe we have still a little bit of an insurance reserve for some of those things. Absolutely, if we had a significant claim that the county actually had to pay, we would have to bring that to council on its own merits, because our deductibles and things covered. It would be something beyond what's covered by our insurance, which would be a very big number, and would certainly, once again, not be anything that we could reasonably reserve away for.
But we essentially don't budget for that other than the insurance reserve and that kind of stuff. So whatever's in
We
that
have some for
reserve.
deductibles because we do have some every year that come in, and we have to, put towards for our insurance company to cover us. But if there was, the only thing that would be a real risk would be like if we had a major claim that we would probably, once again, probably know well ahead of time that we were facing that. So it's
I
not
understand
something
that. I'm just
factors.
wondering where it shows up in the budget. Do we
Those show up
budget for
here
that?
in this budget itself under the insurance category.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, that's great. Heather?
Okay. Business and technology solutions. So currently they are a team of 17. Going through, they are the ones that keep the Wi-Fi running and the lights on and the networks, and provide great service to our emergency management. I think that's kind of a field that they're moving more into. They're working a lot on open data sources and starting to move towards authentication, making sure that our systems are safe, and working security is always a very top of mind for them. So we now have them going through every time we purchase any kind of software or anything that speaks to the outside computing world. We try to make sure that we mitigate every possible gap, recognizing that you can't mitigate everything, but they work very diligently, and that's one of their big pieces, to make sure that they're involved in all these projects. That technology, we're completely reliant on it, is always at the forefront of these projects. So their budget is largely driven by salaries and wages. They're seeing a bit of an insurance hit this year. I do expect part of that is because we do have their equipment. They have a lot more equipment and is vulnerable to insurance claims. Materials and supplies, just technology equipment always seems to get more expensive, and just making sure as we grow, we also have the capacity to support all our networks. And they don't have any decision packages. They do have a few capital items, just their usual hardware, capital refresh. So the entire organization's computer refreshes go through their capital hardware, and network equipment, things like that for some projects. There's no new big project being proposed by them. They do have one decision package this year. It's probably at the very end of my stuff here. Systems architect. So that's just basically recognizing that in order to keep all the networks running, working with the other providers, there's a project this year looking at shoring up our internal internet to more of our facilities. Things like that are some of their big projects that they need this is going to be a network kind of person, like someone who's actually putting cables in the ground and working on front end protection and things like that for this job. So that's their one ask this year.
Questions? No.
Okay, leading to finance. Our finance team is a team of 24. In 2024, once again, a whole bunch of studies that they've been working through. There's been some legislative changes to how we report, which has impacted the entire organization, trying to roll all that out. Procurement, they talk about, we've touched on the procurement education session and all the pieces that we need to start building into that. For 2025, their priorities, once again, long-term financial plan, moving that forward, getting that implemented. finalizing the development charges appeals, getting those resolved, and the water wastewater rate study is a big piece coming into 2025. We do have we are on notice that some of our major finance system software will be obsolete in a few years. So once we get through a few of these last studies, we'll be focusing a lot of attention on how we replace that, because that is, of all the software, that's a very important and critical piece of software for the municipality. So that's going to take a few years to get that project under our belts. Budget drivers, same thing, salaries, annualization of the positions that we approved last year, and just regular inflationary increases. I don't know in terms of capital, but in terms of decision packages, we are putting forward for a purchasing clerk. I think one thing we found when we did do the procurement the background for the procurement education session was that it's all relying on one pinpoint in our organization, that Laurelyn, as we increase tenders and as council's asking us to do more work in making sure that the proposals go out, and in performance management and all these pieces, that purchasing is just one area we've kind of recognized for a few years now, but it's one of the areas that largely needs an influx of resources. So that's what we're putting forward for that. Here's my capital. And then asset management plan. So as we move forward, we've got the asset management plan, but it's a giant complex document. And so part of the software is going to be how do we maintain it? How do we feed new projects into it? Determine what projects need to be done which year to do that actual budgeting out. Another piece of that is we do also need to do some further studies. So it's a big, we do have software, but this is just actually going to round out our whole plan. Community benefit charge study. So that's something that we've been asked to look at. It kind of follows along after the development charges. We're not sure where that study is going to take us. We're not sure if it's going to recommend that we implement this charge or we don't, but it's testing the waters to see if this is going to be an actual financial benefit for the municipality to move forward on that. And then I think that takes us to taxation and corporate finance, and I will turn that over to the treasurer.
Good morning. This is quite a few number of items in this section were our budget drivers and have been mentioned before. It is a little bit of a mixed section, so I'll just try to go line by line through here a bit. So the federal provincial grants, that's the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund. It's an operational grant from the province and they did increase the overall pot, so the county's share of the increase is $226,400. The fees and services, that relates to the microfit revenue generation. Under other revenues, this is where the boundary compensation is, and it reflects the annual decrease. And also in here is the penalty and interest from the AR invoices, taxes, and investments. New to this area is the repayment of the county's loan to BME for the health hub of $102,000. Under other revenues, this is where our supplementaries are of $2.1 million. That's an increase of $175,000, as well as the PILs are in that area. Contribution from reserves. This is where the $1.5 million from the contingency stabilization reserve that was approved by council in 2024 is, and it was removed from the 2025 budget, and council will determine if they choose to add anything. No surplus carry forward is included in this budget, and it would be recommended when that surplus report comes forward to just transfer it into the contingency rate stabilization reserve. Also in that contribution from reserves is the from the DC reserves to cover the debt, DC related debt that's showing in the expenditure portion. As we move down, the materials and supplies, insurance and contracted services, those all relate to the microfits. Under rent and expenses, this is where the tax write-offs are and the charity rebates. External transfers, this is where the community and major grants are. So there is a $35,000 increase to the community grants and a reduction of $50,000 for this, where the Stedman grant has been removed at this time as it's not requested yet. Principal and interest, there is a reduction there because we have a debenture, a 15-year debenture that is ending in 2010, and we only have one payment in 2025 that was issued in 2010, and we have one payment left in 2025. We will be issuing new debt in 2025, but it won't be till the second half, so we won't be making any payments. That'll be reflected in 2026. The transfer to capital, this relates to the microfit revenues that we're transferring to capital to apply to those climate change, green, and energy related capital projects. And then the capital levy, as noted before, this is just the increase the capital levy to fund the projects, $768,351.
Questions? Thank you.
Thank you. Through Mayor Bailey to committee, today I will be presenting the proposed 2025 budget for the Development Services Department, which can be found page 5-1 of your binder. So the divisions that I will be covering today include Development Services Administration, Planning, Development Engineering, and Building. So first up is the Development Services Administration. So this unit is the unit which provides general direction, management, and oversight to the Planning Unit, Development Engineering, and Building, and also oversees development within the County of Grant. This unit is comprised of the General Manager, which is myself, and an Administrative Assistant. The Administrative Assistant position is currently vacant due to an internal promotion, so we are currently recruiting for that, so we do anticipate some gapping in the 2025 budget. 2024 saw numerous accomplishments for this unit, including the approval of the County of Grant official plan, realigning the development planning and policy planning divisions, and overseeing the City View rollout within the building department. Priorities for 2025 include moving forward with the official plan implementation, potentially undergoing a development fee review. We are anticipating that as part of the strategic plan. However, due to some ongoing litigation, we're just waiting to see where that rolls out before we move forward with that. Finalizing the development and engineering standards, which haven't been updated since 2018. Overseeing a comprehensive zoning bylaw update, and steering our first secondary planning process, which is the Cainsville process. The drivers for this budget are mostly external. The drivers for this budget, as you can see, are mostly external. What you will see with regards to the development services budget is there is a substantial amount of revenue which offsets a lot of the expenditures. So within this business unit, the revenue is coming from the building reserve. So you'll see that across the top. Expenditures are mostly down for 2025, and this is mainly as a result of the onboarding of a new GM mid-cycle, some gapping, and then just an overall review of the material and supplies budget. The one increase you will see, Heather mentioned it briefly with her presentation, is those interfunctional charges. So those are the charges which are internally allocated to fund this customer service team. So that would be our portion of that. So overall increase projected of 1.5%, or a impact to the levy of $3,860, or an increase, I should say, to the levy. There are no decision packages or capital projects associated with this business unit, so I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Alicia? Councillor Coleman.
Not a question, Mr. Mayor, but it's a comment, and it's not even towards Alicia. Is there any way that we could put on that up on the screen, and on our screen in front of us, a bigger size? Because I cannot read anything, and anybody that doesn't have any budget binders or with them, if they can all read those figures up there on that screen, they're doing really good. And I just had my eyes tested a week ago, so they're good. So I like looking up better than I do looking down. And I just wonder, that's better, bigger yet. But I can't read the figures. That's, I just wonder if there's a way we can, that's getting better.
There you go.
Close your left eye.
There you go.
Better.
Look how good they are to you. Look how good they are to you, Councillor Coleman. You ask and you shall receive. Yeah.
Moving on next, I will present the 2025 proposed budget for the planning unit. So the planning unit underwent substantial change in 2024. A mid-year reorganization resulted in both development planning and policy planning works merging, or policy planning work units merging under one bannerhead planning department. This department is headed up by our Director of Planning, Jeremy Vink. In addition to the Director, Development Planning has 11 staff, and Policy Planning has 4. Development Planning would be the work unit which is responsible for processing development applications, such as official plan amendments, zoning bylaw amendments, site plan applications, consents, lot line adjustments, draft plan of subdivisions, and condominium applications. In 2024, the planning department revenue resulted in slightly under budget, just about $46,000. And this is as a result of less than anticipated applications in minor variances, official plan amendments, zoning bylaw amendments, and severance applications. However, they also realized higher than anticipated revenues in site plan control agreements, compliance agreements, and deed stamping. The policy planning team, which is now under the overall banner of planning, implements the mandated planning legislation from the province, and is responsible for long-term planning initiatives such as the official plan, growth forecasting, county-initiated zoning bylaws, environmental planning, heritage, urban design, and secondary planning. The policy team was on budget for 2024. And most of the capital projects that you're going to see that we're going to discuss moving forward are under the policy division. So, sorry. In 2024, the planning unit managed a high number of planning applications and Ontario Land Tribunal appeals. It also saw the official plan approved, enacted the St. George interim control bylaw, and created a growth management tracking model, which is currently being finalized, and you can expect to see a demonstration on that shortly. Looking forward to 2025, staff have numerous projects coming forward, including the implementation of the official plan, and the creation of a new community permitting system. Part of that process will include a new comprehensive zoning bylaw and the creation of urban design guidelines. Staff will also be focusing on secondary planning in the Cairnsville area, which will be the first secondary planning exercise carried out by the policy team. Terms of reference have currently been created for this project, and the tender closes at the end of this month. Expected budget drivers for 2025 include an anticipated decrease in revenues, increase in software and support licenses, and an increase in salary and benefits. So for 2025, the planning unit is projecting a 31% budgetary increase with a net levy impact of $285,032. This increase is almost wholly attributed to an anticipated reduction in fees and an increase in the salary, wages, and benefits. For 2025, it's projected that official plan and zoning bylaw amendments, site plan control applications will be on par with what was received for last year. So this is up here in the fees and charges, which we're talking about. We're anticipating that there will be a slight increase in the number of lot control applications, compliance inquiries, minor variances, and other applications. And despite legislation which was passed, which removes the requirements for pre-consultations, it's expected that pre-consultation fee revenue will increase. The reduction in fees, which is one of the main drivers of the increase in this budget unit, you'll see the reduction of $98,520 here, is almost entirely due to a reduction in subdivision and condo applications which are anticipated to come in. So there were 4 in 2024. We're anticipating 2 in 2025, which results in a reduction in revenue of just over $36,000. And also severance applications. So the severance application budget was almost $200,000 last year in terms of revenue. So we were anticipating $199,000 in revenue. This year we're anticipating about $100,000 in revenue. So there's a reduction of $89,200. This is based on a review of the actuals in terms of what the actual fees that we've, fee payments that we've seen. In 2023, there were 34 applications. In 2024, there were 28 applications. So the ongoing reduction of these applications leaves staff to believe that there's a fatigue with this particular type of application, which will result in lower revenue in 2025. So staff have reviewed the projections in light of the perceived departmental deficit that this will create, and we're confident in the accuracy of our submissions. Currently, the way that the fees and the revenues are created in the budget is based on what we reasonably anticipate to receive. So what we actually think will be brought in terms of revenue. When we do that fees review, we can look at potential, do we want to look at overall cost recovery? So right now, planning's around 50% cost recovery. So we could look at fees, not just in light of what everybody else is doing and to be competitive, but what does 50% cost recovery, 55%, 60%? We could look at those types of metrics to see if council's interested in moving in that direction. With regards, I should also mention the other revenues fees that you see here is a transfer for the building, from the building reserve. With regards to expenditures, the largest budget driver is the salaries, wages, and benefit budget, which you'll see has a 12.3% increase, or an increased cost to the levy of $225,713. This increase is as a result of 2 factors. So council created the approval of a manager of development planning position in July. So a portion of this increase is the annualized wage difference between the new manager position and the planner position, which it replaced. So approximately $40,000 in 2024 budget. So that $40,000 annualized to 2025. Also, during the 2024 budget process, the wages and benefits for an approved planner position were removed from the budget to reduce the 2024 departmental budget increase. I'm happy to report that we're almost fully staffed in the planning department, and the wages need to be reinserted into the operating budget for 2025 to fund approved positions. The only current vacancy within the planning division is the supervisor of development planning, and staff are just taking a few months to review that in light of the creation of the manager of development planning, and we just want to take a few minutes or a few months to determine whether or not that still fits. with the view of the department or whether or not we might want to move forward with some changes. So the remainder of that 12.3% increase is 2025 annualization and cost of living increase. Council will also note there's a slight increase to materials and supplies budget, 4,532. This is as a result of the cost to administer the operational cost to administer the growth model. There's no decision packages being submitted for this unit. There are 9 capital projects, which we can discuss when we get to that point.
Questions, Councillor Miller?
Couple questions through Mr. Mayor to Alicia. Alicia, I'm looking at contracted services, 10,000. Now I know we've seen a few applications come through where we were using external planning agencies. Is that not? How's that accounted for?
So through your worship, so the contracted services, and yes, so we have we've retained the services of Netherly Planning, which you will see on come forward. So how we decided to approach that with finance was we have the fee of, or the anticipated cost of $10,000, and then any additional would come from the gapping from the difference for salaries, wages, and benefits for a planner who's not actually here. So for example, if we require their services, we don't have a planner, the funds would even out. So if we were to include wages and salaries and wages and then also contracted servicing, we're double charging.
Okay, so so the contracted agencies that we use, I'm sure it was more than 10,000 in 2024 though.
So and it might very well be, but the approach that planning took would be this would be accounted for during the variance process, and so the contracted services would be over budget, but equally the salaries and wages would be under budget because we would not have a planner on staff.
Okay, so really they're captured in the salaries, wages, and benefit. I just thought they'd be broken out a little better, but okay, I'll leave that. Second question then, and it's related to planning, but it's also related to building services, development, engineering. When we go to these municipal conferences, there's all kinds of vendors there, and they're always pushing for more online. Fill out your application online. And in the past, people would have to come to the office and fill it out. So, can you just talk a little bit about that? Are we moving in that direction? Because I thought I seen a couple things where now we could fill out things online. Is it getting more and more that way, or do we keep asking people to come into the office?
Right, through Mayor Bailey to Councillor Miller's question. So yes, so you can fill out applications online. That being said, we're moving forward with the City View process, and so that the ultimate result from that could be that we have an online portal where not only can they apply online, but they can submit documents online, and they can view where in the process their application is. So that would be a final output of that, but we are in the beginning stages. The City View Coordinator project or position was approved last year, was brought on I think in the fall, and so that would be currently their internally mapping process so that we can internally get our documents into the system. But eventually what we'd like to look at is a fronting portal. So not only can you submit, but you can submit your documents and you can see where in the process your application is.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad to hear it's coming, so appreciate it.
Allison?
Thank you, through your worship. I would just like to add that there are a lot of communities, and I believe this is what you're alluding to, that are using AI and all kinds of things to sort of expedite the process. Alicia mentioned where we are in the cycle, and some of the new technologies that are out there are very capital heavy up front and take up a lot of resources, and I don't believe that was a prudent measure for us to take at this time, and I would like us to sort of examine what is going well and what's not in other communities who have already sort of taken that step. So staff are very much aware of some of the new technologies that are out there, but haven't chosen to prioritize that in terms of our investments at this time.
Councilor Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And following up on what Councilor Miller has said about the contractor services, I would like to see that broken down to what we did spend in 2024 for outside planners that would come in, because it's, to me, it's pretty vague, because planning is one of the most critical things of this municipality. And you get the complaints all the time of why is this taking so darn long? And well, we have to hire out people because we're not quite staffed to do it. So it would be nice to know exactly what we're spending.
Thank you. Any other questions for Alicia? Thank you.
Okay, so next I'm going to be presenting the 2025 draft development engineering budget. So the development engineering unit is responsible for the engineering review of planning applications and agreements with respect to civil infrastructure. It's also responsible for the administration of the site alteration bylaw and conducts lot grading reviews on all new developments and buildings. This unit is led by the Director of Development Engineering, Don Cunningham, and has two subunits. So Development Engineering, which has 5 staff, and Field Services, which has 4 staff. 2024 saw Development Engineering continue to manage a high volume of planning applications, 36 currently open, and 11 finalized site alteration permits. They also processed 221 lot grading permits, and that is not including the permits which were done for building permits, which I believe to be about 200. They have been working on 32 active subdivision agreements and manage a declining number of legacy subdivisions, which currently sits at 5. Council will recall at the beginning of the year we were at 8, so we are now down to 5, and you can expect the annual update on that through upcoming Friday file. In 2024, the revenues for development engineering exceeded budgetary expectation. I'm happy to say by about 40%, or over $600,000. And expenses were all within budget, which will hopefully result in a surplus of approximately $700,000. So this will result in a transfer to the Development Engineering Reserve Fund for the first time. In 2025, the focus will be on continuing to manage high volumes, working on assuming legacy subdivisions, and finalizing an update to the development and engineering standards. Budget drivers for this year include a planned increase in revenues due to subdivision registrations, but also an increase in consulting fees and salaries and benefits. So for this budget unit, the revenues, which you'll see here, fees and service charges, so these are the fees which they receive directly. So this would be the 6% engineering fee, which they take on subdivisions. This would also be the site alteration fees. Other revenues, this would include a transfer from the building reserve, and then this would just be a contribution from the development engineering reserve. So in the 2025 budget for development engineering anticipates a surplus of approximately $139,000. And the resulting net levy increase for the 2025 development engineering unit is 0. As I'll go further, this is because as there is a dedicated reserve, there is no impact to the net levy for this unit. Anticipated revenues for 2025 are up 15.5%. This is because the fees, which they also recover 33% from planning fees. So the fees which building or development services conducts work on are anticipated to be revenue neutral for 2025 for planning. And there is an anticipated increase in revenue for site alteration fees, small amount in the amount of $26,000. The majority of the increase in their revenue is as a result of review of subdivisions, with the anticipation of potentially up to 6 subdivisions coming online in 2025. Expenditures are also up for this unit. Salaries and benefits are projected to increase 4.8%. That's due to staff moving up the wage scale and cost of living increase. There is also an increase of $25,000. You'll see it here for contracted services. And this is because when the development engineering team does their review, oftentimes they'll send it off to peer review when there is no subject matter expertise internal. This results in an increase in contracted services. You'll also note there is a slight decrease in the interfunctional charges. As previously stated, this is to fund the customer service team. And then the anticipated expenditure transfer of $139,156, that's the anticipated surplus for the year. Once again, you'll note that this unit has no impact to the tax levy as it's funded from a development engineering reserve fee. There are no decision packages associated with this budget unit. There is one issue or one item in the capital budget, which I'll address when we get there.
Questions?
Okay. Finally, I'm proposing the 2025 building budget. The building unit is the unit that ensures new construction is done in accordance with the standards set out in the Ontario Building Code. Building permits are issued and construction sites are inspected to meet and enforce standards, and this unit approves the occupancy of all new buildings within the county. This unit is led by the Chief Building Official, Richard Wiedhaus, his deputy, Adam Roseborough, and an additional 14 staff. The year 2024 saw the review and issuance of 716 building permits and completed 7,467 inspections. And the team maintained a high level of customer service while working at this pace. CityView Mobile was used for the first time in field inspections, and a housekeeping amendment to the building bylaw was approved. Despite this fact, building permit revenue was approximately 25% below projected for 2024, or $587,000 below budget. This is as a result of several large permits, or 2 large permits being pushed into Q1. They were anticipated to come in Q4. Expenditures in 2024 came in slightly under budget. The deficit for 2024 will be fully funded from the building reserve, and it's expected that the draw from this reserve, there'll be no negative outcomes associated with that, as it's a very healthy reserve. The focus in 2025 will be on training and implementation of the new 2024 building code. Permits are currently able to be submitted under the old building code if the designs have been substantially completed. This will, up until March 31st, they can do this. So currently, the team has to work under 2 different regimes. All submissions after this point will need to be designed in compliance with the new code. CityView is also being rolled out amongst the entire development services department in 2025, and efficiencies are expected to come from this initiative. Budget drivers for this year include an anticipated increase in building permit revenue, a decrease in consulting services, while also experiencing an increase in training to prepare staff for the new building code rollout. So the building unit overall is forecasting an 11% increase, which will result in a net levy impact of approximately $9,950. So the finance department has gone through and come up with a figure where there is a very small portion of the work that building does, which is to not to new construction, but maybe they're going out to see something which has already been built, and therefore has a small impact on the levy. Building permit revenue is projected to increase by $50,000. So you'll see an increase here in the fees and services charges. That's what this is. This is the building permit fee revenue, which we're anticipating. This increase will be offset by an increase in salaries, wages, and benefits in the amount of 9.6% or $155,000. So that increase is as a result of the annualization of the City View Coordinator position, which was approved in 2024. And the remainder of the increase is attributable to the cost of living and level increases. There's also, council will note, there's also an increase in insurance costs. The remainder are decreases in materials and supplies, contracted services, and these are just as a result of going through the budget and looking at actuals and reducing it down to keep things efficient. Committee will also note there is an increase in the interfunctional charges, which is again that percentage which goes towards the front desk administration pool. So this division has one decision package, and this is the Supervisor of Building Enforcement. This can be found at page 1211 of your budget binders. So this position is necessary to address the growing list of outstanding enforcement issues in the county. So as previously stated, there's almost 7,500 inspections which are completed by 99% of them were completed by 5 staff. So working that out, that's over 1,000 inspections or more than that per year, multiple per day. The unit strained to follow up on infractions due to the volume of work, which continues to increase. The Supervisor of Building Enforcement position will be a position which reports directly to the Chief Building Official and will work to reduce the backlog and improve service levels. This position will be entirely funded by the Building Reserve and will have a $0 budget impact on the tax levy. Questions?
Are there any questions? Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Alicia. Alicia, there was a time when we, the people in building inspection, we didn't have the expertise on staff to do, say, a complex industrial building. With Richard and Adam and the 14 staff, do we have enough expertise to do everything that's built in the county, including some of the high rises that are coming?
It's my understanding that we do. Yes, Richard's nodding yes. Yes, we do.
Okay, so the contracted services then, what would that be for?
So the contracted, just give me 1 second.
I mean, I know it's not a big amount, but it's going down, and I'm just. It used to be a bigger percentage of the budget years ago.
I'll have to get back to you on that. That's not included in my notes, but I do note that the decrease was as a result of reviews of budget to actuals. But I can provide that information to you.
Okay, yeah, curious as to what are we contracting out in the building division? So, okay, and we'll get the answer later. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
So finally and briefly, just to go through the 2025 proposed capital budget. So the first 9 projects that you see here, they do say development planning. They're not development planning. They're actually policy planning. So those are what we have anticipated going forward in 2025 in terms of either continued implementation or moving forward with our sophistication in secondary planning. So the design guidelines, which you can see the top one, along with the comprehensive zoning, and possibly the sign bylaw, these will all be put into part of the community permitting system. This will be required as the offset to implement the official plan. The Oakland Scotland Master Environmental Study Plan, those are the remaining expenditures, and so there are costs which have been incurred in 2024. This is the finalization of that. The Heritage Conservation Districts Council will recall that there was a report which was brought to amend the mandate of the Heritage Committee. Part of that was to receive, I guess, outside specialized help with regards to heritage designations. This would result, we anticipate, in 5 a year, but of course this will be refined as we move forward based on actuals and based on actual demand and cost. The Kanesville Secondary Plan, which Council has already approved, is here, and as I've said, we've moved forward. We're moving forward on that. There's a proposed environmental studies review, which would be coming for our policy team just to review the terms of reference which have been created. Housing needs assessment was just considered on Tuesday night. This is the funds needed in order to get this assessment complete. This is the finalization below the growth model from Watson. This is the final amount of the capital. We do anticipate ongoing money included in the capital budgets just for changes which are needed for year to year, and also $5,000 for the sign bylaw. Under development engineering, there's just one item. This item's on the capital budget every year. It's just to fund development that is delinquent by developers, just to provide funds for development engineering to come in and pay to clean up things which perhaps they don't have sufficient securities to cover. And finally, in building administration, building is anticipated to replace a vehicle and to replace some computer equipment.
Questions? No, no questions. Right. Whenever you're ready.
Good morning.
Good
Through
morning.
the mayor. So the Strategic Initiatives Department has 3 divisions and a total of 20 staff plus 5 students. In the Strategic Initiatives Administration, there are 2 staff, myself, the General Manager, and the Strategic Initiatives Coordinator. Together, we guide and support the 3 divisions within this department, which include Economic Development and Tourism, Communications and Public Relations, and Community Partnerships. Last year, we focused on supporting the department to develop and seek approval for 3 strategies. We secured grants to further the work within the department and guided policy and procedure development within the divisions. As well, we supported and guided a number of special projects. Moving into 2025, we have 2 additional strategies that we'll be looking to move forward for approval and further policy development work to accomplish. And the coordinator also plans and coordinates some major events within the division, such as the all-staff meeting and Salute to Brant. When we look at our budget, the main thing to pull out here is materials and supplies. So the bulk of this cost is office supplies for Wincy Mills, which houses a number of staff, including all staff from the Strategic Initiatives Department, the Office of the CAO, and some staff from Community Services. Office supplies cover items such as the water, printing, stationery, paper products, and other things. Under contracted services, these costs are all related to the all-staff meeting, which include costs for the keynote speaker, venue, and food. And this event occurs once a year and brings together approximately 200 staff for learning and networking. And then under rent, this cost is for a storage unit, as Wincy Mills does not have additional storage space required for the department. Moving on to economic development and tourism. In the Economic Development and Tourism Division, there are 6 staff, including the Director, Senior Economic Development Officer, a Research Marketing Officer, Arts, Culture, and Heritage Officer, a Special Events and Film Coordinator, and a Tourism Development Officer. This division is responsible for attracting business to the county, supporting businesses, managing special events and tourism-related activities, and driving arts, culture, and heritage programming. The total number of businesses with employees in the county is now at 1,626, and this is up 47 businesses from last year. This division has been very busy and assisted in facilitating 15 grand openings, completed 120 business visits, and there were 4 projects filmed in the county of Brant with a total of 21 filming days. The division has a number of accomplishments under Zach's leadership this past year. So the 10-year Arts, Culture, and Heritage Strategy and the 4-year Economic Development Strategy were both approved. These strategies will guide the priorities and the work plans for the next several years. They were also awarded $112,000 from the Rural Economic Development Grant to support Paris's Downtown Dig. And in collaboration with COMS, they launched the Beautiful Locale magazine. As well, they were recognized as a Culture Days hub by Ontario Culture Days. The municipality supported over 30 events through small grants. Over 65 events took place and over 2,500 people attended the various events. The county was recognized as a Culture Days 2024 top participating community. And as well, in 2024, the new film policy and public art policy were approved to help create transparency and consistency within the community. Moving forward, this year the division is going to be focusing on investment attraction activities for the Highway 403 Rest Acres Road employment lands. They have applied for a grant to help support various activities there. This team will also continue to support the downtown businesses through the Paris Downtown Dig in a variety of ways, and continue to move the arts, culture, heritage programming forward. And right now we have a special focus on museum sustainability planning. In terms of the budget, this budget includes arts, culture, and heritage as well. In terms of revenues, we have grants for 4 summer students. Under fees and charges, this includes the revenue from Salute to Brant, filming, and special events. And we do expect to have less revenue next year due to the new film policy and the Downtown Dig. In terms of materials and supplies, the bulk of this is being made up of approximately $170,000 for advertising, promotion, special events, and printing. There's also some money allocated towards Culture Days and Doors Open events, and as well as the Heritage Committee, and then other costs such as professional membership fees and databases. Under contracted services, Salute to Brant are the costs there, which include keynote speaker, food, sound, and other things. We pay the musicians through this for music in the park, and we also have the tourism booth rental. And then under external transfers, we have a grant that goes to SCORE, as well as our cost sharing agreement with the City of Brantford for the Brantford Brant Resource Center. In terms of communications and public relations, this division has 6 staff, including the director, communications specialist, graphic designer, marketing specialist, digital communications specialist, and a public consultation specialist. This division is responsible for corporate-wide communication, including branding, graphic design, advertising, media, social media marketing, internal communications, website management, public engagement, and emergency communications. This division is a high-volume, fast-paced division with many projects coming in and needing support, often with tight timelines. In 2024, this division released over 70 media releases, managed 30 Engage Brant projects, and issued 125 advertisements, and released over 120 videos. In 2024, the advisory committee review was requested by the CAO and was completed. This resulted in identifying a number of efficiencies to be implemented. The secondary social media channels are also receiving additional support to enhance their online presence, and the Paris Downtown Dig communication plan was also created. Looking forward, this division will be bringing forward the public engagement framework and policy to the February policy development meeting. They will continue to implement a communication and engagement plan to support the Downtown Dig, and internally they're working to continue to develop staff with media training and plain language workshops.
Questions?
Okay. Under materials and supplies, roughly 100,000 of this is allocated towards software licenses. So that includes things like the internal communication platform, the website, the search engine for the website, the quality checker for the website, Engage Brant platform, and subscriptions for stock music, stock videos, stock photos, Adobe Creative licenses, and so on. And then approximately 100,000 is also allocated towards printing, postage, advertising, and promotions. Under contracted services, we were able to reduce from 6,000 to 3,000. As in the past, we have hired photographers to capture local photos and drone footage, but as our inventory is accumulating, we don't require that same level of support from outside resources.
Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I remember Mayor Davis from Brantford toured a few of us around the city of Brantford building there because he was showing us the new building, and I'd say, how many work here? How many work here? How many work there? And so, because I'm trying to gauge what is an appropriate number of staff for building division or for planning or for, now in this case, 6 staff for communications. How do you ascertain that 6 staff is an appropriate number for communications and it shouldn't be 3 or it shouldn't be 12?
Through the mayor, that's a great question. When we visit communication conferences, it's a very wide variety of how municipalities choose to resource their communication division. We've been to some where municipalities are only 1 to 2 staff. Other municipalities have upwards of 10 to 20 staff. So I think we've been resource based on, I think, the expectations of council and the expectations from the community on what they want to see and the level of communication they're hoping to receive.
Okay. I will say I'm looking forward to the public engagement new policy because I hope it's an improvement over what we've had because I've heard a few complaints about it. Okay, thank you, Melissa.
Okay. Moving to community partnerships, has a total of 6 staff, including the the supervisor of public transportation, the supervisor of accessibility and inclusion, the supervisor of community safety and well-being, the coordinator of community safety and well-being, and the capital campaign coordinator. Under the leadership of Leslie this past year, they did very well. We implemented a new service provider for Brant Transit to deliver microtransit. This turned out very well, and now we are in a 3-year contract. As well, they launched the $400,000 capital campaign to support the Wilkin Family Community Center, and the campaign is now 95% complete. As well, the accessibility plan was approved, and we are working on the first county's diversity, equity, and inclusion strategy. Moving forward, we will continue to learn more about Brant Transit and the community needs, and we will also need to continue to analyze the potential for fixed routes. We also expect to complete the fundraising goal this year and look forward to planning a donor appreciation event. And once approved, we will also implement the diversity, equity, and inclusion strategy, and we will be bringing forward the community safety and well-being plan for June. In terms of the budget, so there's a contribution from capital, and this includes the capital campaign coordinator's costs were covered by the capital fundraising, which is why the salaries are also showing a less or a reduction. So the amount of capital campaign coordinator, it was put in, and then due to the fundraising efforts, it was able to be covered back out by capital. Under supplies, I'm sorry, I need water. I'm so sorry. Under supplies, there is donor management software, advertising and promotions, and accessibility software, and then contracted services. There's money allocated for translation services for printed materials. Under transit, we have $100,000 in revenue from transit user fees, $280,000 from the gas tax, and under materials, there's advertising costs. And then, of course, under contracted services, we have the $1.14 million for VIA to deliver a turnkey service. Sorry. Are there any questions on that?
Councillor Howard, you're first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Melissa, I just want to make sure I understood clearly. The contracted services under public transportation, the $1,140,000, that's Brant Transit.
You got it. That's VIA. Yeah.
And then it's partially offset by the $280,000 of the gas tax within the contribution from reserves and reserve funds?
Correct, yes. So it's offset by the revenues from the user fees as well as the gas tax.
Okay, sorry, I'm, so the user fees that people pay to use
Yes.
Brant Transit show up within the $100,000,
Correct.
and then the gas tax shows up within the 300.
Correct. The 280.
Yeah, the 280. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Councillor Miller and then Councillor Bell.
Just thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, through you to Melissa. Staying on the Brant Transit. Is there any plans to enhance accessibility features of it?
In terms of Brant Transit for specialized service?
Yeah, there was talk of it. I
Yeah.
don't know where you're at with it.
Yeah, absolutely. So we did receive a proposal from the city of Brantford to extend their lift program out into the county.
Okay.
And so we do have a cost for that. I think that's something that it typically takes 3 to 5 years for a community to really establish its transit types of needs. And now that we have 1 year of great data, that's going to be really helpful for us. We do want to go somewhat slow and methodical to make sure that we're understanding what the community's needs actually are. So having those conversations with the city, knowing kind of what they're thinking the cost would be to extend the lift program, we are hoping that by the end of 2025, we'll be bringing forward additional enhancements, including specialized service and fixed routes for future consideration.
City lift. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Melissa. Melissa, we appear to be subsidising our transit system to the tune of $888,000. Do we have any comparators that say that's a good number, a reasonable number, a too high number?
Yeah, through the mayor, thank you. When I've done the analysis before in terms of cost per capita, we are still running a very efficient public transportation program. I would say right now we are running a very efficient transportation program. If you want additional information in terms of like comparative data to other municipalities who are offering microtransit or bus services and things, I'm certainly can provide that to you in a Friday file.
Thank you. I think through the mayor, I think it's an area that does attract a lot of attention. We are contributing, let's call it $1 million for a relatively small number of people that benefit from the service. I'm not sure, I don't disagree that that's a good thing to do to provide the service, but I know that there is always a challenge of, is that the best way to spend $1 million of taxpayer funding, or is there a different and better way or better place to spend it? It's an open question, I haven't got the answer.
Any other questions? Oh, Lucas. Lucas, you're next, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Melissa. Sort of on that same vein with, looking at the effectiveness of our transit service, are we also able to do sort of an analysis of economic benefit or economic driver of that service? I know many people use it to get to work, and something that we had used through SCORE as an argument for why SET should still be invested in was the economic impact of that service. So I'm curious if we've done that analysis or if we plan to.
Through the mayor, thank you. I think that's absolutely something we can do. We are definitely starting to get a sense from our employment areas, the need for transit and the need for reliable fixed routes with regular schedules. So yes, I think that will all be coming in the next couple of years as our employment areas continue to build out and we see the benefit. Interestingly enough, one of our most traveled routes is between locations in Paris to a Tim Hortons. And when we looked at that, it's actually for employment purposes that they're taking those rides. So I do think that that's an important analysis to do.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Miller.
Yeah, Councillor Bell was looking at the hard numbers, and these are the numbers borne by the ratepayers. But we've had this discussion before when we looked at transit. There's a hard cost, but we don't know what the overall benefit is to the community, but we know it's there. It's like a library. You know what the hard costs are to run the library, but there's an overall benefit to the community. And I think it's the same with public transit. We know people they ran a program out of the airport. I think it was Conestoga or something. And when they first started up, they said we wouldn't even offer it here if you didn't have public transport. So that's a good example of where there's benefit, but you don't see the benefit directly. But it is the benefits are there indirectly. It comes down to people not missing a medical appointment, because if they miss a medical appointment, maybe what they have gets worse. And then there's the employment benefits. There's the benefits of a family not having to carry that second vehicle. So there's a lot of indirect benefits. They're hard to quantify, but I think if you looked at it at the end of the day, the 800,000 that's net to our ratepayers is probably offset by something like $5 or $6 to 1.
Thank you. Any other questions for Melissa? Seeing none?
So we do have one decision package.
Yep.
So this is a contribution to the Downtown Paris BIA. So as we move into the Paris Downtown Dig, we are recommending a one-time contribution of $30,000 to support the Paris BIA to enhance their advertising, marketing, and promotion efforts during the dig. We do acknowledge that this level of construction is going to be disrupted throughout 2025, and so we do hope that this can help promote Shop Local and other activities to stimulate the business during the construction period. And then in terms of,
Lucas, Councilor Oakley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have one question in regards to this contribution. So this is not the liaison position that's been discussed throughout the downtown dig. Is that position not occurring? I don't see it in the budget, or has it been resources have been reallocated so that it doesn't have a budget impact?
Thank you, through the mayor. Great questions. It's actually going to come next when I discuss the capital. So, do you mind advancing the slides? Oh, you're on slides. So when we look at the proposed capital for strategic initiatives, we do have the Community Improvement Plan grants. This program is going well. Staff are heavily encouraging businesses, particularly downtown Paris businesses, to apply for these grants. We are really hoping that the businesses on the west side of Grand River Street North will apply and make their back entrances into main entrances. So we are really trying to push the Community Improvement Plan. As well, now that the official plan has been approved, staff are going ahead to create the rural CIP program, and so that will also be coming out of this pot of money. With the downtown dig, as Councillor Oakley just referenced, we are building into that overall project cost, the cost for a construction liaison. So the construction liaison will be hired for a one-year contract, and they will be responsible for working directly with the businesses downtown on a daily basis, keeping them up to date about what's happening, what is the schedule, what are the schedule changes for construction, providing feedback to the lead construction staff at the county, as well as perhaps even helping to engage citizens and other pieces. We've seen this position in other municipalities, and it's gone very well. As well, we are looking for enhanced communications. Expectations are quite high around this project, and so we want to make sure that we have the budget to be able to meet those expectations. When I referenced the economic development team securing a grant, this is a matching grant, so the actual cost will be reduced in half for what is required for the county. In terms of accessibility upgrades, there's an ongoing contribution into capital, and that's for when the supervisor goes ahead and does audits of parks, bathrooms, facilities, and recommends upgrades to happen to reduce barriers. That's where we're pulling those upgrades from. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. No further questions for Melissa. Which takes us to operations. Whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm happy to be here today to have this opportunity to present the proposed 2025 budget for the Operations Department. The Operations Department consists of 5 divisions and a total of 101 full-time equivalents, which is made up of 99 full-time staff and 5 part-time staff. The department delivers countywide programs and services through the Operations Administration Division, the Roads Division, which includes roads operations, gravel pits, fleet, and municipal drains. The Environmental Services Division, which includes rural and municipal water operations, wastewater operations, stormwater operations, and solid waste operations. The Infrastructure and Asset Management Division, the Engineering and Infrastructure Management Planning Division, and the Property Management Division. The Operations Administration Division is an administrative and customer support team that is shared between the Operations and Corporate Services departments. The Corporate Customer Service team consists of 2 full-time and 4 part-time staff whose primary focus is on administrative support for both the Corporate Services Department as well as providing customer service support in person at our 2 customer service offices in Paris and Burford, as well as through email, telephone, and online chats. Through 2024, the Corporate Customer Service team fielded nearly 30,000 telephone calls, 1,600 emails, and nearly 1,400 live chat conversations to support the residents of the county. The Operations Administration team consists of 8 full-time staff, which includes the General Manager of Operations and 7 Ops Admin staff who provide administrative support for the Operations Division, as well as customer service for road operations, environmental services. In 2024, the Operations Administration team received and resolved over 2,100 roads inquiries and nearly 3,000 calls for environmental services. In addition to the Ops Admin team, also issued nearly 700 permits on behalf of the county. The 2025 priorities for the Ops Admin team are focused on the continued administrative support for the departments, as well as the timely and efficient delivery of customer service for the residents. The Ops Admin budget shows a 5.8% increase in expenditures, which are attributed to increases in salaries and benefits, as well as the reallocation of telephone and courier budgets from council services. There is no net levy impact for Ops Admin budget on this slide because the costs for this division are reallocated to the associated departments and divisions through the recovery of administrative overhead. You will see these included as interfunctional charges in the related divisional budgets. There are no decision packages proposed for 2025 for Ops Admin. Next, we have the Roads Division. The Roads Division is led by Director of Roads, Greg Demers, consists of 49 staff and is responsible for road maintenance of the county's over 2,000 lane kilometers of roadways. This includes, but is not limited to, daily roadway inspections, roadside maintenance, which includes mowing, trimming, ditching, and pothole repair, bridge and culvert repairs, street sweeping, snow and ice control, traffic signals, street lighting, roadside safety systems, and the delivery of the Brant Safe Streets Initiative. The Roads Division is also responsible for the procurement and maintenance of county fleet, which includes nearly 225 motorized vehicles and pieces of equipment. The Roads Division also facilitates the municipal drain program for the county, which includes approximately 276 kilometers of municipal drains that affect approximately 200 square kilometers of lands within the county of Brant. In 2024, the Roads Division installed 4 pedestrian crossings, initiated a culvert inspection program, completed the construction of a covered brine storage building to support winter road operations, which includes the implementation of a salt management program. The Roads Division operates 7 licensed gravel pits at 4 locations throughout the county. In 2024, the Roads Division successfully amended 4 licenses to accept recycled materials. This will extend the useful life of the gravel pits by recycling excess road materials from current projects into source material. The 2025 priorities for Roads Division include ongoing implementation of improvements to the culvert maintenance and replacement program, expansion of the ditching program, and continuation of the multi-year program for roadside safety barrier upgrades. the development of a new snow dump facility in collaboration with the Environmental Services Division. Roads will also maintain positive progress with the municipal drains, with 10 active drainage reports for capital works and 30 kilometers of planned maintenance cleanouts for the March 2025 to March 2026 schedule. Roads will also begin developing and implementing the new Municipal Utility Locates program. The 2025 roads operating budget is proposed at nearly $14.5 million. The budget drivers for the roads division include the cost of living increases to salaries, wages, and benefits. The substantial 41% increase in the transfer to reserves is for fleet. These increases are required to build up the fleet reserve for proper life cycle replacement. The 2025 one-time cost of $20,000 in materials and supplies is for gravel pit rehabilitation. And the one-time reduction in contracted services of $46,000 is possible due to the county having sufficient stockpiles of crushed material. The Roads Division capital budget requests can be found on pages 13.6 and 13.7 and include a total of $710,000 for the streetlight, sidewalk, traffic signal, and Brant Safe Street maintenance and replacement programs. The 2025 fleet capital budgets on pages 13.7 and 13.8 have 19 vehicle and equipment replacements planned for 2025 at a value of nearly $3.5 million. And there are no decision packages proposed in 2025 for roads.
Are there any questions? Councillor Miller.
Just through Mr. Mayor to Andrea. Andrea, the given all the work we're doing on municipal drains, is that incorporated for the county portion in the roads budget?
I'll have to invite Greg Demers up here to answer
Sure.
that question.
Because I don't see it in the capital part. That's all under roads. Page 31.
Through Mr. Mayor, I will have to get where that's located in the budget, maybe ask Heather Bailey to give me a hand. I know we have budgeted for the roads portions, definitely, and we've broken it out per project. So it is built in the budgets. I just need some help from Heather where it is.
Okay, well, we're working on it, because I'd like to see the year-over-year increase. I'm guessing it's going up, but based on all the municipal drain work we've been doing. While we're looking up that, can I ask another question? We have $800,000 in the capital gravel to hardtop road conversion. Do we know what roads are going to be done?
Through Mr. Mayor, that's under Mark Eby's portfolio, not mine, because that's more of a building. I do the maintenance.
Okay.
Sorry.
I'll ask Mark.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to Andrea. There are some big percentage changes. Interfunctional charges up 25%, transfer to reserves up 41%. You've explained the transfer to reserves. Could you say more about the interfunctional charges and why it's such a large increase?
Yeah. Through Mr. Mayor, I will make sure that I get this right. Heather's right beside me. So what the large percentage of increases is when we looked at how we were funding fleet. So traditionally how municipalities funded fleets were on an hourly rental rate. Well, that only works, like I'm going to use a snowplow as an example. If it's snowing and we're using it, it's generating money. But if we get a soft winter and it sits and we're out in pickup trucks at a much lesser hourly rate, clearing brush or doing roadside maintenance, you're not properly funding the reserve. So I met with the finance department many years ago, and we started moving towards a more sustainable, properly funded program. And that's why we're entering the last phases of it. And that's why you're seeing that increase, so that in the future, the reserves will be properly funded so that when we need to replace a piece of equipment, the money's there because we've been covering that with the normal increases that happen each year. Does that explain? Okay.
Through the mayor to Councillor Bell. So the interfunctional charges is the majority of it is the rental of county vehicles, which goes from the roads division for the graders, the roadside mowers, the tandem plow sanders. So it goes from roads to fleet, and then fleet transfers it to the fleet reserve. So it sort of shows in like 3 different lines. It shows in the interfunctional charges line, and it shows in the transfer to reserves line, but then it also shows in the revenue line of other revenues for fleet. So the net of the 3 lines will be what's in the interfunctional charges amount.
Would I have seen it in last year's
Yes,
budget?
so it would have been in last year's budget, but
to
it
the same level?
wouldn't have had quite as much of an increase, because we were gradually phasing in the increase with an inflationary factor as well, and it is to help support the asset management goal of replacement of assets.
So will I see it next year as well
Yes.
at this level?
Not at that level. There's a bit more of an increase to get to the point in roads where the equipment is, the interfunctional charge is 1/10 of, so like 1 year of useful life worth of replacement value. So approximately, I think it was around maybe 300,000, 350. We still had to increase it just for purely the 1 year of useful life
So in
for
broad
all roads
terms-
equipment.
So in broad terms, then this year it's at $500,000 more than it would normally be.
Yes. Yeah, so part of that is an inflationary increase, knowing that the replacement cost of equipment inflates every year, and therefore inflating the rental charge somewhat similarly based on that same price. So also in other budget areas, the interfunctional charge line does include a rental of county vehicle for that division's vehicle as well. So there'll be some in other departments like community services, development services that all have county vehicles. Part of that is setting aside money for future replacement. So it's not just the roads section that's increasing. It's just roads has the largest dollar value equipment, the big pieces that cost a lot to replace, and therefore have a large rental amount and a lot of catch up to get to an asset management level.
Okay, thank you.
And sorry, I just did have the answer to the previous question, which was about the municipal drainage works. So there is not a capital project in the 2025 budget because there is enough money in the life to date approved budget for what has to happen in 2025. So on page 1323 of the capital section, it's got the 10-year forecast. And that project shows on there, close to the bottom, it's RDS 368. Sorry, page 1323. And you'll see that there's a life-to-date approved budget amount, nothing in 2025, but then there's an amount added in 2026. Okay.
Councilor Chambers.
Staying with municipal drains, Greg, traditionally, maintenance work on municipal drains is done by contracted labor. and contracted equipment and contractors doing it. Are there times when the county itself does the maintenance work on municipal drains, and how is that charged to the assessed properties on the municipal drain if the county does the maintenance work?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, at this time, since I've been in the role, we have not used county staff, so I have not come up to that scenario where we had to answer that.
And that leads me to my second question. Quite often there are times when municipal drains need maintenance, and the process of hiring a contractor and doing all that kind of stuff takes time and may be more expensive than if the county itself sent the backhoe out and did it. And we traditionally don't do that. And I'm just wondering why we don't do that, because that would be a charge and a revenue source if we have the capacity to do that kind of thing.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So we've actually looked at this. This was part of my sit down with Shannon. And to expedite things for such things as repairs, we actually pre-qualified a list of contractors so that we can actually call them up and they can be there immediately. So we're getting much quicker responses these days. And I've also looked at comparators around us that are doing municipal drain works. There's a lot of municipal drain work done down in Norfolk, as you know. And we're catching up now, as council knows. Our linear price charges for our cleanouts that we are doing now, we are way under the estimated values. We are paying close to what Norfolk is paying just for maintenance cleanouts for our big cleanouts. So at this point, it wouldn't be prudent for us to pull road staff away where we're already lean doing our maintenance, as we already have a very good program in place. I do see all invoices that come through for the maintenance works. So if there are any questions, I do ask.
And just finally, and for, I think council understands this, but the budgeted amount for the county on municipal drains is our portion of the assessment that roads are assessed on the municipal drain, not what you may think.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct. So municipal drains, we do focus there is a lot of focus that it's on private lands and it's at the request of the residents, but a lot of these municipal drains cross the roadway. And when that municipal drain is within the roadway, the municipality has the responsibility of that portion.
Anything else? Oh, Councilor Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And one question on 2025 priorities. Where are you planning on locating this snow dump?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Right now, I'm in discussions with Andrea. We're looking at placing at the Paris transfer station.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to environmental services. The Environmental Services Division is led by myself, Andrea Bizard, Director of Environmental Services. It consists of 22 full-time and 5 part-time staff and is responsible for the operation and maintenance of 5 municipal drinking water systems, 15 rural water systems, 4 municipal wastewater collection and treatment systems, and the stormwater management program for the county. Environmental Services is also responsible for the solid waste program, which includes curbside collection and the Biggers Lane landfill and Paris transfer station operations. In 2024, we're proud to report that all systems operated within their associated environmental compliance approvals as issued by the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks. As of January 9th, 2025, the water operations team successfully transferred the final phase of the Tootla Heights water distribution system to the city of Brantford. We negotiated the 2025 to 2028 contract with Grandbridge Energy for water and wastewater billing services, and we undertook the first proposal and public consultation for the proposed stormwater utility program, which led to the development of a long-term financial plan for the stormwater management system. Through 2025, the Environmental Services Division has much work planned as we build out the compliance and quality team from staffing additions that were approved through the 2024 budget cycle. This divisional support team will build consistency and efficiency for all regulatory programs within environmental services, and it will act as a one-window approach for the county through our provincial regulators, allowing staff to focus on infrastructure programs and operations. The Environmental Services Division will also continue to work closely with Development Services Department to deliver the Scotland-Oakland Master Environmental Servicing Plan, and you'll see a report coming to committee in February or March of this year. Staff will also continue with the development and implementation of the Stormwater Management System Operations and Maintenance Program as required by the MECP. For the solid waste program, in 2025, staff will continue to closely monitor the Blue Box transition and complete the solid waste master plan for the county, which will provide a roadmap for the next 25 years of solid waste programming. The completion of this master plan will provide recommendations and, with approval through committee, will provide guidance for the next solid waste collection tender that is planned to be released in Q1 of 2026. The new cell at the Biggers Lane landfill is also planned to be opened in Q3 of this year, which will introduce a new operational service contract for leachate management and haulage. Moving on to the environmental services operating budgets. Both the water and wastewater operating budgets are rate-supported budgets. The long-term financial plan for water and wastewater was completed in 2024, and the 2025 to 2028 water and wastewater rates bylaw will be presented to committee for approval in March of this year. The 2025 water revenue is estimated at $10 million. This includes the projected loss in revenue of $322,000 from the transfer of Tootla Heights to the city of Brantford. That's 310 accounts. With the overall water operating expenses at $7 million for 2025, this allows a transfer of $3 million of water revenue to the reserves. The 2025 budget drivers for the water operating budget include increases to salaries, wages, and benefits, as well as inflationary increases to contracted services, materials, and supplies. The 2025 materials and supplies budget for water has come in at nearly $1.7 million. This is due in part to rising costs of parts to maintain our drinking water systems. The one-time costs of $351,000 for 2025 include $55,000 for a new chlorine pump and VFD for redundancy at the Mount Pleasant Water Treatment Plant, $8,000 for a new controller for the Canesville meter chamber, $30,000 for PRV maintenance in Paris, $36,000 for generator purchases to support IT communications, and that's a shared cost with IT, $65,000 for municipal well maintenance, $80,000 for safety upgrades to the North Paris elevated tank, and the remaining $77,000 includes lower dollar expenses, including pipe installation improvements in the water treatment plants, dehumidifier purchases, and new laptops for the water operators. You'll also see a one-time cost of $105,000 in contracted services. This is for the Source Water Protection Program and the Bethel Water Treatment Plant groundwater monitoring and upgrades. Lastly, you can see a 75% increase in rent and financial expenses. This is related to the Grandbridge Energy water and wastewater billing contract. The contract was renegotiated in 2025 at a 3% increase, but this budget line also required budget adjustments to reflect estimated costs accurately. The rural water budget is a levy-funded budget and supports the Rural Water Quality Funding Program through the GRCA, as well as staff time to operate the rural water systems. This budget shows minimal change in 2025. Now I'll speak to the wastewater operating budget. For 2025, the wastewater revenue is estimated at $4.8 million, With the overall wastewater operating expenses slightly over $4 million for 2025, we will have a transfer to reserves of nearly $800,000 from the wastewater revenues. The 2025 budget drivers for the wastewater operating budget include a 10% increase to contracted services related to salary and wage increases from the Aqua contract. The rent and financial expenses increase of 53% is for the collection charges paid to Grandbridge Energy for the wastewater billing services, as I spoke to with the water operating budget. The 2025 one-time cost of $25,000 in contracted services is to decommission the monitoring wells at the airport sewage treatment system, pending the approval from the MECP. The stormwater operating budget shows a substantial increase in salaries, wages, and benefits, and this is attributed to the development of the program and the staffing addition that was approved in 2024. The increase in materials and supplies and contracted services is also related to the new maintenance programs that are being implemented for stormwater management, which includes $75,000 for CCTV and flushing, $50,000 for collection system maintenance and repairs, and over $200,000 for catch basin cleanouts that are completed through the roads division, and additional funds for stormwater treatment facility operating and maintenance activities. There are also existing capital funds being utilized to support the stormwater management program for asset maintenance and replacement activities, but no additional capital funds are being requested in 2025 to support this program. Lastly, we have the solid waste operating budget. The 2025 budget drivers for the solid waste operating budget include the cost of living increases to salaries, wages, and benefits, as well as a substantial increase to contracted services. The contracted services increase is due to the $1.2 million increase for solid waste collection and the addition of the leachate management and haulage contract for the opening of the new cell at the Biggers Lane landfill, which is estimated at $200,000. You'll see a substantial 71% decrease in the grants received under this budget, and this is associated with the Blue Box Transition Program. The county has lost this funding with the transition of this program to Circular Materials of Ontario. You will also see a one-time other revenue budget of $40,000. This is funding from CMO to manage the collected Blue Box materials at the county landfill and transfer stations, and this funding is only available for 2025. The remaining other revenues is estimated at $25,000, and this is for household hazardous waste funding. There is an 18% increase to fees and service charges. This is an increase in tipping fees to help offset the overall solid waste operations costs, including collections and landfill and transfer station operations. With all these program changes, the solid waste operating budget will be increasing from $3.2 million in 2024 to $4.3 million in 2025. And there are no decision packages proposed for the 2025 Environmental Services Division.
Questions? Mr. Pierce?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you to Andrea. I know you started off by saying there was 22 full-time staff and 5 part-time. Can you break that down for me as to water, rural water? Like, I know that the 22 is overall, but how does that fit in there?
Yep. So through you, Mayor, water operations, municipal water operations consists of 10 water operators and 2 OROs. So that's 12 staff in water operations. Rural water is run under the quality and compliance team. So we have 3 frontline staff and a manager there, so a total of 4. And then our solid waste team, wastewater and stormwater operations are all one team. And we have 4 full-time staff, 5 part-time staff, and myself.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Bell.
Mr. Matthew, to Andrea. Andrea, the water and wastewater charges are separate from property taxes. And we have a 4-year plan that you said, I think it's coming back for renewal next year?
This year.
This year.
Through you, Mayor, this year.
So against the original plan, have we transferred as much to reserve as we thought we needed to do at this stage of the 4-year plan?
Through you, Mayor. Yeah, we'll get back to you with that answer. I'll have to defer to finance.
Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Andrea. Andrea, yeah, I'm looking at the capital forecast, and for the Biggers landfill, we have a budget set aside of 4.6 million. That 4.6 million, that's just to get those new cells ready in the new expansion. Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor. This is capital budget.
Yeah.
I believe, through you, Mayor, I believe this is previously approved budget for the Biggers Lane landfill. I understand that this was previously requested to complete the municipal class EA and do the design work. It will be leveraged as we continue to design and reopen cells on I believe it's about approximately a 3-year turnover.
Okay. The reason I'm asking is because this new landfill will take us, with the expansion, will take us to what year?
20?
I think it gives us about a 20-year lifespan.
20-year lifespan.
Now, it's opening up this year, 2025. When you consider it's taken us 15 years to get here, it's going to last us 20 years. What I was wondering, what I'm wondering is if you're thinking, at some point in the forecast, we should be seeing some money put aside in the capital for beyond this expansion. That's what I'm getting. And is that something your department has thought about?
Through you, Mayor, the money that's set aside in the capital budget for the Biggers Lane landfill expansion is for the design and construction activities as we're opening new and installing new. I can take this back. I'm going to have some conversations with the general manager, Rob, and also our capital infrastructure team to understand what the original asks when they were made and what the plan was for that.
But do you see where I'm going with?
Yeah,
it's a
absolutely.
15-year lead time. It was 15 years for a landfill that we actually own the land. If one has to go beyond that, I suspect it probably take 20 years. So anyways, I think that's something that we need to be looking at today for 20 years out. So, but I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Moving on to the infrastructure and asset management division. The Infrastructure and Asset Management Division is led by Director Mark Eby, consists of 9 staff, and is responsible for the delivery of construction projects as well as updating and maintaining the county's asset management plan. In 2024, the Infrastructure and Asset Management team resurfaced 6.8 lane kilometers of asphalt, 4.8 lane kilometers of surface treated road, and 25.1 lane kilometers of gravel to hardtop. They rehabilitated 3 bridge or culvert structures, began reconstruction of West River Street, made infrastructure improvements to Grand River Street North, and finalized plans for the downtown dig. In 2025, the Infrastructure and Asset Management Division will continue construction on Grand River Street North. They will rehabilitate 5 bridge or culvert structures, begin the Paris downtown dig, and continue the implementation of the corporate asset management plan through the initiation of facility and structure evaluations, which is expected to be a multi-year process. The 2025 budget drivers for the Infrastructure and Asset Management Division include increases to salaries and wages and benefits, as well as increases in software licensing and support costs. There is no net levy cost shown on this slide for infrastructure and asset management because expenditures are job costed to the related capital and operating budgets, whose funding sources include development charges, water and wastewater rates, and the general tax levy. The 2025 capital budget for bridge and culvert maintenance or replacement projects is approximately $5 million and can be found on pages 13.8 and 13.9. The 2025 capital budget for road maintenance, resurfacing, and intersection improvements is approximately $8 million and can be found on pages 13.6 and 13.7. There are two decision packages before you for the Infrastructure and Asset Management Division. Reference 6 is for an asset management GIS analyst that is needed to support the operations requirements of the asset management regulations and provide redundancy to support the program. And reference 7 is for a junior engineering technologist that is needed to deliver operations, construction, and road resurfacing projects that are driven by the asset management plan. The Engineering and Infrastructure Planning Division is led by Director Mark Maxwell, consists of 7 staff, and is responsible for the long-term planning, detailed design, and any associated municipal Class EAs for infrastructure projects, including road reconstructions, water, wastewater, and stormwater infrastructure replacements, as well as design and construction of other county facilities, such as admin buildings, the fire hall, library, and the landfill, just to name a few. In 2024, the Engineering and Infrastructure Planning team completed the design of the West River Street reconstruction and Grand River Street North PRV replacements in Paris, the Church Street West reconstruction in Scotland, the Canesville Water, Wastewater, and Stormwater Master Servicing Plan, the design and construction of the Paris Water Pollution Control Plant leachate receiving facility, as well as the Burford admin building retrofit. The priority projects for 2025 include the Paris Water Pollution Control Plant expansion and upgrade Class EA, the St. George Water Pollution Control Plant expansion design, the North Paris Fire Hall, main and dump-freeze reconstruction, and the Bocquet Center Central Library in Paris. With the announcement of the $35 million provincial grant for the St. George Water Pollution Control Plant, there's much work to be done here to finalize the design and tender the projects, as well as design the trunk sewer replacement. The Mount Pleasant Birch Road water main replacement along Cockshut and Phelps Road is planned to have design finalized, tendered, awarded, and construction to begin by the end of 2025. This team is also working to complete the Canesville Lagoon sanitary pumping station and force main design to be tendered in 2026. The South Employment Land sewage pumping station, as well as water main, stormwater, and transportation design, will commence in 2025 in support of the Canesville Premier Employment Hub Comprehensive Land Use Strategy Project. The 2025 budget drivers for the Engineering and Infrastructure Planning Division include increases to salaries, wages, and benefits. There's no net levy cost shown on this slide for the Engineering and Infrastructure Planning Division because expenditures are job costed to the related capital projects and operating budgets, whose funding sources include development charges, water and wastewater rates, and the general tax levy. The Engineering and Infrastructure Planning Division, along with the Infrastructure and Asset Management Division, deliver multi-year planning, design, and construction projects. The 2025 priority capital projects for the Operations Department have an approximate capital budget value of $10 million for roads, found on pages 13.6 and 13.7, $5.3 million for water, found on pages 13.9, $60.5 million for wastewater, found on page 13.10, and $2.3 million for stormwater, and $135,000 for solid waste, both found on pages 13.11. This is a total of over $78 million in the 2025 capital budgets for these teams. There are two decision packages before you for the Engineering and Infrastructure Planning Division. I'd like to bring your attention first to reference 8 for a facility construction inspector. As previously mentioned, there are a number of major facility construction projects on the planning horizon in 2025, including the St. George wastewater treatment plant expansion, the North Paris Fire Hall, the Bockett Center Central Library, Canesville Sanitary Pumping Station, Brant Sports Complex expansion, Paris wastewater treatment plant expansion, and the Howell Road water treatment and storage facility. The status quo for these types of projects is for the county's project manager to remain heavily involved during the construction phases, with construction site inspection performed by the design consultant. With the list of upcoming major facility projects, there is a strong business case to create a new position for a qualified construction inspector with expertise in facility construction. This would result in an estimated 2% savings for the county of the overall construction value, and also promote retention of project-specific knowledge. If approved, the majority of the salary will be funded by approved capital project budgets with funding sources that include development charges, water and wastewater rates, and the general tax levy. The second decision package before you for the Engineering and Infrastructure Planning Division is Reference 9, Project Engineer. With the vast list of infrastructure projects planned for design and construction in the next 5 years, as well as the planned road reconstruction projects that are required through the asset management plan, an additional project engineer is required to deliver these projects. This position will support the county's initiative to complete many road reconstruction designs in-house, which results in significant cost savings and provides a greater retention of project-specific knowledge. If approved, the majority of this salary will be funded by approved capital budgets with funding sources that also include development charges, water and wastewater rates, and the general tax levy. Lastly, we have the Property Management Division. This team is led by our capital property manager, Sean McAfee, consists of 4 staff, and is responsible for building operation, maintenance, and construction services for the county. 2024 accomplishments for the Property Management Division include the construction of a new washroom and lunchroom at the South Dumfries Roads Yard, technical oversight of the re-roof and solar panel installation at Russell Heights, Paris Optimus Clubhouse renovation, the barrier-free washroom and lobby renovation at the Burford Customer Service Office, and a minor kitchen renovation at the OPP detachment. The 2025 priorities include interior improvements at the Burford Customer Service Office to support the growing staff complement, various minor accessibility improvements throughout capital facilities, the implementation of a preventative maintenance and inspection system, and compiling an inventory of electronic floor plan drawings for all county facilities. The 2025 budget drivers include the cost of living increases to salaries, wages, and benefits, which includes the addition of a 3rd property maintenance coordinator that was approved through the 2024 budget cycle. There is a 14% increase in rental costs associated to the lease of the Wincy Mills, and a 25% increase in interfunctional charges related to fleet rentals. There are no decision packages proposed for the Property Management Division. This concludes my presentation.
Are there any questions? Yeah, I think that takes us to the end of what we're going to do this morning. Thank you all for your reports. Thank you to everyone for all you do and how well you do it. I believe they've got a lunch that's here outside, so we'll take an adjournment. I don't know how long. Till everybody comes back. 20 minutes, half an hour. They might never come back.
Mayor Bailey and members of council, I'm pleased to present to you the proposed 2025 budget for community services. The Community Services Department is comprised of approximately 293 staff, 48 full-time, and the balance, about 245, include part-time staff and students, and the number varies seasonally. The 7 divisions within the department include Community Services Administration, Recreation Services, Affordable Housing, Russell Heights, parks, trails and forestry, cemeteries, recreational facilities, and community halls. I started in my new role as General Manager of Community Services in late October of 2023. Over the last year, I've had the pleasure of working with a fabulous team led by our two directors, Kathy Ballantyne and Stacey Ellens, who are here today, our two managers, Sarah Dredge, and our newest one, Keith Roswell, and administrative coordinators, Jordan Jones, Dana McKelvey, who were both supported by Joanne DaCosta in their first year working with me, which was fantastic. The level of service across all divisions is second to none. The proposed 2025 operating budget for the department is $8.8 million this year, compared to $8 million in 2024. And the proposed 2025 capital budget is $5.1 million compared to $3.5 in 2024. Last year, I reported that there were over 110 projects or initiatives that were either in progress or planned to commence in 2024. I'm pleased to report that 85% of the projects were either completed or well in progress at year end of 2024. Of the 15% of the balance of the projects that weren't complete or started, the reasons include insufficient budget, contractor availability. Some were timing of private developments for some of our parks projects, and other ones for efficiencies we were coordinating with other county projects and operations such as paving projects. And only one planned project had to be canceled due to feasibility. There were over 60 new projects proposed in 2025, with many of them considered to be smaller projects, so under 50,000. The 12 members of the Community Services Leadership Team, which will each have approximately 5 new projects and initiatives per person, coupled with the carryover projects, day-to-day operations, and regular maintenance work. Overall, I think we're in a much better and improved position from this time last year. So Community Services Administration, it consists of 2 staffs, myself, the General Manager, and the Administrative Coordinator, Dana McKelvey, and we provide leadership and support to all divisions of the department. So the drivers in the operating budget under materials and supplies, there's adjustments for previous year's actuals in software licenses, postage, advertising, and office supplies, and our budget covers the entire department for photocopy and office supplies. Under contracted services, I bumped up the consulting servicing line from 5,000 to 10,000. And just to give you an example, when you try and bring in a consultant to give you a hand on, one that we did last year was run an electrical engineering consultant to look at backup power for an emergency evacuation center and looking at the feasibility because there's grant opportunities out there. To have that budget line, $5,000, really, you can't hardly even get a consultant to do anything anymore. So it gives us a bit of latitude to get those things done in a timely fashion when opportunities arise. So on an annual basis, it may or may not be fully utilized, but it's important to have. Recreation Services. The Recreation Services Department is comprised of 7 full-time administration staff, 114 part-time seasonal staff, 18 of those are in the pool, 31 in camps, and 65 in other, so that would be after school, seniors programming, gymnastics, fitness, etc. So there's a huge programming component of our group. In addition to these numbers, Client and Business Services was transferred to the Parks and Recreation portfolio last year, and that consists of another 5 full-time and 7 part-time staff, and it's reflected in the budget. In 2024, the division developed a community partnership program and is completing the volunteer management policy. The division has been successful in expanding the summer camp program, senior services and programming, as well as sport leagues for all ages. 2025 priorities include implementation of the community partnership policy that we just got approved before Christmas, implementation of the volunteer management policy, as well as increasing opportunities for seniors and youth. In general, budget drivers for this division are directly related to population growth and the ever-growing demand for the programs and services. So budget drivers, salaries, wages, and benefits, cost of living adjustments, the Client and Business Services group moving over to this division, so that's 5 full-time and 7 part-time staff, so that's the big number you see there. And then there's additional hours for seniors programming, our Fair Brant programmer, and additional part-time hours for sport leagues, youth programs, and after-school programs. And they include sport league leaders, youth program coordinators, and specialty after-school program in Burford that we're looking to start up this year, which would be offset by revenues. On materials and supplies, there's replacement at the Burford Community Center Hall. The Wall of Fame plaques, there's 8 of them damaged. Community garden items and active transportation program costs. Under contracted services, we no longer transfer funds between programs and facilities for our own programs, and so there's a cost savings there, which will be reflected in a change in revenue on the facility side, but it was a transfer that really didn't need to happen. The Recreation Services capital budget, the proposed capital budget for the division is found on page 1311 and totals $35,000. The projects include regular inspection, maintenance, and repair items at the Paris Community Pool. Under decision packages, there's a senior programmer. It's decision package number 10 on pages 1223 through 1225. It would increase the employee's status from 24 to 35 hours per week. We would still have it remain a contract position, and the net municipal increase this year would be just over $19,000, but we're hoping to offset with some grants that we've applied for. Is there any questions on the Recreation Services budget?
Councillor Miller, you're first.
Not on this one, but going back to the first one, community services. Talked about the priorities for 2025. Complete the north of the Nith Trails and Open Spaces Master Plan. Do you know when that's going to be completed?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Okay, my apologies. Your priorities for 2025, you have complete the north of the Nith Trails and Open Spaces Master Plan.
Yeah, so right now, we've actually gone through all of our consultation piece with both the public and our stakeholders. And so we're gathering that information now and preparing in the spring to come back to kind of with a preliminary plan. There's still some more field work to be done and those sorts of things. And we're working with the aggregate company that has licensing over. We're still working with GRCA on the final agreement. We did get an agreement with CN. So we have, as part of that obligation, we have to do some fencing. So you'll see an item for $100,000 for north of the Nith, and most of it's to build the fence. But yeah, we're well on our way. We're right in line with our project charter, and so we plan to be back in front of you by Christmas time with the final plan. But yeah, it's a lot of work. There's a lot of pieces to it. We're consulting with First Nations. We've had the initial consultation with both Six Nations and Mississaugas of the credit. So all that's been done. So quite a bit's been done. Stacey Ellens has been leading that piece, and I've been involved as well. But community partners are very active, very interested in it. So it's
and that's what I wanted to kind of ask. I know Duncan Ross and his cycling group want to get going, and is this something that has to be completed, or is this, how does that work?
Yeah, so how it works is we're coming up with a plan for what we would do with those lands, right? And so there's different feedback from the community. Some of it's walking trails, some of it's the cycling pieces, some of it's just natural spaces, and some of it's environmental things they'd like to see done. So once we put this master plan together, I would, assuming that council is happy with the plan and approves the plan, then I would think you'll have different groups coming forward with some stewardship agreements that we would work out with them. So Duncan's team, we've got an area right now that we see with the consultant, and even Duncan's team's been out there on their bicycles with their consultant. That could be the first phase of a cycling, but we have to get through all the other pieces and tie up all the loose ends before we can actually put those agreements in place. So the groups are anxious to get moving. The cycling club is, Brant Waterways has other initiatives they want to do. Their Ducks Unlimited, there's a whole bunch of people really interested. And so I think once we get the whole plan together and approved by council, it'll be Christmas time, and that's what's in our project charter. I think we'll have stuff in the budget potentially that could be funded by these partners to start up in the new year. And we probably will look at stewardship agreements, through the summer to kind of get a feel for where we want to be with them.
Okay, one more question, Mr.
Yeah.
And I appreciate that answer. You can't rush a good thing.
So Apps Mill, we're continuing to dialogue with the CAO from GRSA on that, and so those talks are still ongoing. And so we've got lots of ideas if it comes to fruition. So, but I'll say we're just going to lay low for now until
fair enough.
we get to that point. Thank you.
Allison can speak to that too, Councillor Miller.
Thank you, through you, Worship. I would just add to that because I don't believe that we've come back and spoken to council, and there's been a few things that have happened that have necessitated some delays. So part of the policy of GRCA is that there be a formal appraisal done for any potential land disposition. And that was done on their end and took a number of months that we were just in a holding pattern. So we've just recently resumed those talks, but that was where that sort of delay happened since the last time we reported to council.
Any other questions for Phil?
So the next division is affordable housing, Russell Heights. There currently is one full-time staff member at Russell Heights, a property maintenance coordinator. In 2024, the division completed the replacement of the roof and reinstatement of the solar panels, and that was actually Sean McAfee's group who did that for us, so thanks to them, their team for doing that. A number of health and safety items, and some interior and exterior upgrades like flooring and painting. In 2025, priorities include balcony restoration and lower level deck concrete repairs, replacing eave troughs, and further items identified through different audits that we've had done. Under the budget drivers, under materials and supplies, there's an increase in property taxes of $2,800. And then the cost of living increase for the property maintenance coordinator under salaries, wages, and benefits. Capital projects total $120,000, and they're, for the most part, the regular capital maintenance and the balcony and patio restoration, and a bit of accessibility improvement design work for the front entrance. Any questions on Russell Heights? So Parks, Trails, and Forestry. The Parks, Trails, and Forestry Division is an area that has greatly evolved since 2022 to meet the growing needs of the community. There are currently 6.5 full-time staff and 26 contract seasonal staff. In 2024, the division opened Mile Hills Meadow Soccer Field for rentals, participated in our first Communities in Bloom project, participated in National Pollinator Week, held multiple tree planting events, increased native and perennial plantings in our county gardens, and launched the first resident tree giveaway. 2025 divisional priorities include a new pavilion and swing set at Dowdy Park, upgrades to Green Lane Sports Complex security and baseball fencing, design and construction of Arlington Mills Subdivision Community Park, that's a big one, accessible playground at Sunny Hill Park, detailed design for the Gurney Sports Park, Watts Pond Trail construction, the Nith Peninsula Park, and the Burford Town Square design. So it's a very busy 2025 for this team. In addition to the capital projects, other priorities include, and we just talked about it, the North of the Nith Trails and Open Space Master Plan, the Parks Master Plan, which we're close to completing, and the Community Forestry Strategy, which we're underway already. So, under this division, under materials and supplies, there's a lot of one-time costs. Just examples: at Green Lane, a heat pump, racking, magnetic bases. In St. George Parks, there's a ball diamond groomer. In King William Ball, there's screening and fencing. Under contracted services, one of the big drivers is $40,000 for roundabout maintenance. We're contracting that out, and we'll see how that goes this year, and whether we have to supplement the work or whether we can get the level we want to with our contractor with the budget we have. Also, we do third-party playground inspections every 3 years, so that dollar value is in there, and there's also grass contract increases in there. Under salaries, wages, and benefits, it's just regular adjustments, And then the functional charges come up in other discussions, but it's rental of county vehicles from the fleet department. On the capital side, the division totals 3.7 million this year, found on page 13-13. The majority of the projects listed are maintenance, repair of existing assets within our asset management plan. There are some new growth and development related projects, including the proposed capital budget with the Arlington Park and Splash Pad being the most significant at $2.1 million. So that's a big build. There are a number of decision packages in this division under Parks, Trails, and Forestry. The Arborist Decision Package number 11 on page 12-27 through 12-28. It's a new position proposed to be funded from reallocating contracted tree services budgets from parks, cemeteries, and roads at a net zero municipal increase. This position would report to the forestry supervisor, assuming it's approved, which would be an upgrade from the forestry technician position, and all report to the director of facilities and special projects. The position will advance the community forestry strategy. Some of the items would be inventory, planting, tree maintenance, complaint response, and inspections. And I think that those are probably the biggest ones that affect council. Also, our climate action plan that was just approved, 55,000 trees to be planted and maintained by 2030. That'll be one of the big items on this position's work program. And the position will also assist other departments with internal projects, and in particular operations roads, but there's a lot of tree work that happens, and you want to have the right trained staff in there to work on those projects with them. The Forestry and Horticultural Coordinator Decision Package number 12, page 12-29 through 12-31. This position is currently a contract position. It's proposed to be full-time with a net zero municipal increase in 25 due to the available grant funding. In 2026, it would be a $16,000 net municipal increase. The position will maintain current established service levels, which the incumbent actually was a big part of establishing for new and existing parks, trails, forests, and cemeteries, and ensure consistent standards of care for residents and visitors. The position will coordinate horticulture and forestry initiatives such as community tree plantings, garden bed design, planning and maintenance, invasive species management, forestry management support, as well as developing educational materials for residents. The incumbent actually did a number of outreaches to the community through the library system, and it was really well received. So I think the community is really going to be pleased if we can get this position approved. Forestry supervisor, so I mentioned that earlier, it's a request to elevate the existing full-time forestry technician position to a forestry supervisor position. The position will oversee the forestry division as well as supervise a new arborist. But in addition to the positions, what the position was currently doing, it'll be providing technical support to other divisions, supervising unionized staff in other divisions performing forestry-related work, ensuring health and safety, creating work plans including tree maintenance plans, administering the Good Forestry Practices bylaw, weed inspection, forest management including contract management for tree maintenance and removals, establishing best practices, completing development reviews, a really big piece as well, and then creating our asset management database. The big one that this supervisor or this position, the incumbent, has made a lot of headway is community engagement. Across most of the farm country where he's been involved in helping out different woodlot owners. I think he's been really well received, and also interdepartmentally he's been really well received. So that package is on this decision number 13. I don't know if I mentioned that, on page 12-33 through 12-34. The next item was brought forward as for consideration by Councillor Bell, asked us to look into it, and it's Lions Park Paris Winter Trail Maintenance Pilot Project. It's decision package number 14, pages 12-35 through 12-37. We're looking for a 2-year pilot to increase the level of service for winter trail maintenance at Lion Park on existing asphalt walkway paths. It's an additional length of 670 meters. Essentially what it does is it creates a walking loop from some of the trails that are already taken care of for kids walking to school, and creating a recreational use of the park through the winter months. It'll offer an increased level of service where the public will have access to safe walkable trails during the winter months, and it would be subject to approval of the decision package for facility operator TF1. We're going to try and do this in-house, and we figure that in 2025 it'll be a $10,000 net municipal increase, and that's based on 11 weeks and 25 events. And if in a full year in 2026, it would be about $20,000 to take it on. We wouldn't be able to go beyond this particular project with the staffing, even when we add in, if we do add in the CELAPS facility operator position. But it would be a start to maybe a future level of service, but it'd be something for us to kind of take a look at it, see the usage, the take up, and get feedback from the community on how well it's helped their quality of life. The last one in this area is self-cleaning accessible washroom pilot project, decision package number 15, pages 1239 through 1240. And it's a capital request to purchase a single unit self-cleaning accessible washroom and to pilot it at Mile Hill Meadows Park in Paris. The porta potty rental that is currently provided seasonally May 1st to August 31st has not been well received by the neighbors backing onto the park. The net municipal increase for this project is $250,000. Is there any questions on parks, trails, and forestry budget?
Questions for Phil? No.
Okay, next division is cemeteries. There are currently 4 full-time and 5 part-time staff in the cemetery division. In 2024, in addition to regular operation and maintenance activities, the cemetery division completed a new columbarium in the Paris Cemetery, updated the cemetery bylaw, and opened lot sales for the Oakland Cemetery expansion. 2025 priorities will include planning the layout of the columbarium in Burford and ongoing fence repairs throughout active cemeteries. 2025 cemeteries operating budget drivers under materials and supplies, replacement of office chairs, there's cleaning supplies, repair materials for monument and foundation repairs, and some training and development costs. Under contracted services, the burial and snow removal and grass cutting contract for 2012, there's almost a $13,000 increase there. And then we've got one-time costs to remove the Mount Pleasant Cemetery shed, build a podium for the new columbarium service area in Paris, and the St. George Cemetery tree maintenance work. Those are all one-time. Under salaries, wages, and benefits, it's just cost of living increases. The capital budget for the division is $130,000, found on page 13-13, and then just includes regular maintenance, paving, and a new mower. There is a cemetery decision package, and it'll fall under IT's budget. It's currently, the county cemeteries are managed with a mix of paper and scanned records dating back to the 1800s. And this current cemetery management software, Stone Orchard, is nearing its end of its useful life. So there'll be a one-time ask in the IT budget for us to import all of the records and maps into the software, and then there'll be an ongoing annual fee. But it'll not only improve things for staff, it'll improve customer service for our residents, because we'll be able to get quick information for them on these items and find it quite easily. Is there any questions on the cemeteries budget?
Councillor Pierce, you're first, and Councillor Coleman.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Phil. So for this one and the other ones too, when you talk full-time staff, part-time staff, full-time staff's probably like 37 and a half, 40 hours a week. Part-time staff, is that like 10 hours, 20 hours?
It's usually 24.
24. Thank you.
Councillor Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Phil. The one-time shed removal of Mount Pleasant. What's the future plans for that?
So the shed is actually being torn down, right? Yeah, no, it's demolition. Yeah, we're not building a new one.
Councillor Miller.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Phil. Phil, columbariums. you mentioned for 2025 plan layout for Burford. Is that a new columbarium?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, yeah, because the old ones or the existing one's getting full. Those columbarium, and you did some at the Paris. How many interments can you do in one of those?
That's a good question. Stacy, do you have that answer? No. We'll have to get that for you. I should know that.
Okay, because I'm just wondering how long. 64.
64 times 2?
Okay. How long would they? That's what I'm. How long do they last?
Well, it as far as how long would the useful life of the actual columbarium?
Yeah, because more and more people are choosing.
Well, I think it'd be 100-year lifespan.
No, before they fill up, before we have to look at another one.
No. So we're going to be doing a cemetery study in a couple of years. Yeah, we're going to be doing a cemetery study in a couple of years to look at numbers across the county and to determine, where we need any full lots, where we need cremation lots, where we need columbarium lots. But each cemetery would have different take-ups, and I'm sure like Paris is probably increasing quite a bit with the new growth, right? So that's the sort of thing we want to get a handle on. I don't think we have any real bottlenecks in the county right now, but I think you'll see that there's probably more demand for the change, right? Because back in the day, when I was younger, there wasn't an Italian cemetery, there wasn't a full burial with a fancy coffin, and now even our family's doing things much differently. So I think there's a change in what they're looking for.
And you said, okay, so the master plan, 2026, 2027, do we know?
I believe it's 2026 without me.
In that, yeah, because I think there's a lot of things that, because of the changing natures, some cemeteries are filling up. We're taking on ones that are inactive. Yeah, I think it's overdue.
Yeah, and we may look at modifying the actual plan for the site and resubmit something if a certain area maybe should be reallocated to columbarium. But that's what I think the study will give us a heads up on, based on best practices and that sort of thing.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bell.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just a bit worried actually. One of the 2025 priorities is to increase columbarium sales at St. George and Burford. So I'm not quite sure what the cemetery team are going to do. I don't know if they go out on that, kill a few people off.
I had nothing to do with that one. Are there any other questions for Phil? Oh, okay, thank you.
Okay, so the next division is recreational facilities. There's currently 21 and a half full-time staff and 93 part-time staff in our recreational facilities division. Demands on regular operations of the recreational facilities division continue to increase due to growth and increased programming. In 2024, in addition to regular operations and maintenance, the recreation facilities division awarded for the design of the Brand Sports Complex expansion, the consulting services award, hosted 2 Sport Hall of Fame ad hoc committee induction ceremonies, completed the St. George Lawn Bowling Club accessibility renovations, the Burford Community Center LED lighting retrofit and low E ceiling replacement, flat roof replacements at Scotland Community Center Gym and Burford Community Center. In 2025, a number of capital initiatives are proposed, in addition to the 2 significant priorities being completion of the design and construction drawings for the Brand Sports Complex addition. And just to add to that, we're hoping to later in February come back with concept plans and costing for a couple of options for council to review and consider for the Brand Sports Complex addition. And then the second piece is commissioning the Wilkin Family Community Center upon completion of construction. So for drivers for recreational facilities on the operating side, materials and supplies, we've got a number of things in Burford, the Gawk Arena, Silapse, BSC, and even some startup equipment for Wilkins in there. All small items, but a number of different things, everything from water treatment to cleaning supplies to new radios and mats at one of the rinks, so signage replacement, that sort of thing. On contracted services, we've got across the board some small increases, the biggest ones being at the Burford Arena to do with snow and waste removal costs and some plumbing and electrical. but for the most part, they're all small. But when you total all of them, it becomes a significant number. Salaries and benefits, they're just regular wage adjustments, and then the big one that shows up under interfunctional charges. So we never had our ICE reservices added to the fleet reserve until now. So this is the first year. So it'll look like a big hit this year because there's 4 of them, each one $15,000. So there's 60 grand going into the fleet reserve. But as was discussed earlier, you need to build that reserve up. So when, you know, they at the end of their useful life, there's monies in the coffers to actually replace them. So it's the right way to do it, for sure. But it's just the start of it. So there was a couple of big hits when I was looking through the budget this year because of some of the changes we're making, but they're good changes. On the capital side, the proposed capital budget for this division totals 1.1 million. It's shown on pages 13, 14, and 13, 15. The majority of the projects listed are maintenance and repair of existing assets within our asset management plan. They include roofing, flooring replacement, and the interesting one, turf replacement at Sillaps. It's a $155,000 replacement. When you buy it, it's like a 9-year warranty. We've stretched it to 15 years. It's in rough shape. The seams are worn out, but I think staff did a good job of extending the useful life there. There's rink board repairs in quite a few locations, and mechanical and electrical repairs, and some equipment replacement, but all pretty standard stuff. Any other questions on recreational facilities budget?
No questions?
So community halls, the community halls have 0 dedicated staff, and you know, facilities staff oversee the halls, but you know, they're moving from facility to facility. But most of our halls are operated by volunteers, and we figure there's about 25 volunteers helping us out to run the halls right now, which is an incredible thing to have those volunteers, because we wouldn't be able to do it without them. In 2024, significant accomplishments included the reopening of the Oakland Community Center following renovations. And Kathy proved me wrong with her timeline. She got it done when she said she would. So that was one of the first things when we met. I'm like, there's no way you're going to get this done. But anyhow, the redesign of Onondaga washrooms for AODA compliance, community consultation for the Glen Morris Community Center. So we've got that information back. We're just deciphering it. The Airport Community Center LED lighting retrofit and ceiling tile replacement. And we successfully serviced 250 bookings at TF Warren Group Canesville Community Center last year. So it's crazy. I tried to rent the hall and I couldn't get in. So 2025 priorities include completion of the asbestos removal and renovations at the Oakland Community Center to lease the space for the new daycare center, maintenance repairs to aging infrastructure, some green initiatives, and volunteer management committee agreements and reporting. So lots going on again this year. Community hall operating budget drivers under materials and supplies. There was actually a decrease in something in the budget, a $4,225 decrease. And that's because we actually refined the TF Warren budget after our first year of service, but also because Joan and the volunteers at Oakland Community Center took over cleaning and janitorial. So kudos to Joan and her team. Contracted services, one-time costs of $8,000 for Pine Grove and Howell Community Center perimeter fencing, and a camera for TF Warren. We had one blind spot that we're going to add a camera to pick up some activity. Hopefully not. Hopefully it'll clean up some of the problems. And then increased cost of contract building maintenance services, salaries and wages. It's not just the regular increases, but it's we're budgeting for the extended hours and evenings and weekends due to demand. Based on our 2024 take-up, and it wasn't just TF Warren. We've got a lot of take-up in a lot of our centers now, so it's interesting the growth and how it affects our operations. Capital budget. The capital budget for this division totals $82,000 and it's found on page 1315. All of the projects are maintenance repair of existing assets. Projects include accessibility renovations, mechanical equipment and drainage work. There's one decision package. I had this one in there last year and I didn't label it correctly, I think, but facility operator for TF Warren Group, Canesville Community Center, and Wilkins Family Community Center. The decision package 16 is found on page 1241 through 1243. There's a net municipal increase in 25 of $72,000, and then it's $96,000 annually thereafter. I've talked about it quite a bit already, but TF Warren Group Canesville Community Center opened in May of 2023 and has been in high demand with significant usage. The Wilkins Family Community Center is set to open in 2025 and is anticipated that demand for facility rentals will be high at this new facility in Paris. The operator will play a crucial role in maximizing the revenue potential for these two facilities. To continue for it to remain in excellent condition, it's a 7-day-a-week, 354 days a year operation at TF Warren, and this position will also take on some of that snow clearing at Lions Park with the other initiative. Anyhow, that's. Is there any other questions on the Hall's budget?
Yeah, Councillor Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you. Sometimes it doesn't take much, but I'm a little confused here. You say there's 0 dedicated staff, and yet we've got increase to salaries, wages, and benefits as a budget driver.
So there isn't any dedicated staff, but there's staff time allocated to it. So what I'm saying is I don't have anybody there full time,
right,
dedicated to that facility. So they're moving between SILAPS and the SILAPS area, and right. So the new position, actually, if it gets approved, will primarily be working out of those two facilities.
Okay, so follow up. So hypothetically here, if you're bringing somebody from recreation facilities, isn't the increase in budget or in salaries to that? Like, how is it? I'm trying to understand, if there's no dedicated staff to a particular budget, how can there be an increase in wages and salaries? Would it not be taken up in the recreation facilities increase in wages and salaries?
I'll let Heather explain it, but yeah, I get your question 100%.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we do job costing. So, like, as they work, they code their timesheets to where they're actually working. So, their hours that they're working at the community halls get charged to the community hall, even though their base salary is with SILAPS. So, SILAPS isn't being charged for that full person. It isn't being budgeted for that full person.
Okay, so it's only being charged once.
Yes.
Wherever. Okay, got it. Thank you.
Thank
Any other questions for Phil?
Oh, that was a good explanation from finance on that one. This is the end of my budget presentation. Thank you very much. If there's any other questions, I'm glad to answer.
Thank you. Takes us to 7.8, which is emergency and protective services, and that's Cindy Stevens. Whenever you're ready, Cindy.
Thank you. Good afternoon to the mayor and members of council. I'm privileged this afternoon to present the Emergency and Protective Services Department 2025 budget to you today. Our administration team consists of myself as general manager and our senior executive administrator, who also provides support to the CAO and a few others as well throughout the municipality. This section provides strategic guidance, leadership, and administrative support to fire services, Brantford Paramedic Services, emergency management, and enforcement services. The general manager also serves as a staff liaison to the County of Brant OPP Detachment Board. In 2024, the division provided project oversight for the new North Paris Fire Station and new paramedic headquarters, which will continue in 2025. A review of fire dispatch services was completed and a new service contract with the City of Brantford finalized. The new OPP Detachment Board, which was required under the Community Safety and Policing Act, was established and supported. In 2025, the division will continue to support and look for opportunities to enhance mental health, support for our first responders, as well as provide guidance to paramedic services and the review of a new response model. The 2025 operating budget includes salaries, wages, and benefits for the general manager and 50% of our senior executive administrator's salary, materials and supplies to support mileage, training and development, cell phones, and our annual department staff meeting. The budget is partially offset by revenues for administrative overhead from paramedic services, which has resulted in an overall 3.7% decrease of this budget in 2025. So as far as staffing, there's 1.5 in administration and a total of 382 staff and volunteers in the department overall. Any questions on administration? So we'll move on to fire services. In 2024, Fire Services awarded the architect for the new North Paris Fire Station and received council approval for the concept design. Staff worked closely with the City of Brantford Fire on the transition of our fire dispatch services. Council approved the purchase of replacement of our self-contained breathing apparatus equipment, and our firefighter remuneration was updated. In 2025, health and safety initiatives for our personnel will continue to be prioritized. Mental health supports will be a focus, as well as continued work on the decontamination and hygiene program. The bunker gear storage room for Burford Station is the next project slated to begin. Improving the records management system is also a focus in 2025 with the assistance of new software systems. A station location study for the Paris Fire Headquarters and Airport Station is underway and will be completed this year. The 2025 budget drivers include salaries, wages, and benefits, which incorporates economic adjustments for all admin staff and firefighting personnel. In materials and supplies, there's a one-time item, minor item of $3,000 to repair eaves troughs at the Burford Station. There's also an increase in software support and licenses for new training software. Contracted services include a bunker gear cleaning and inspection for each set of our bunker gear. There is a savings in rent and financial expenses related to communication equipment rental. External transfers increase there is the fire dispatch service agreement that reflects that service agreement with the City of Brantford. Overall, there is a net levy decrease of 0.5% in fire services in 2025, which is attributed to the cost savings in transitioning to external fire dispatch services. So for staff numbers, there's 193 volunteer firefighters and 8 full-time admin staff for a total of 201. Any questions on fire?
Councillor Pierce.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So it's kind of interesting how one of the budget drivers for 2025 is increase in salaries, benefits, and firefighter remuneration, and yet there's a decrease of 7.2% in salaries.
Through the mayor, so that is sort of a combination of our admin and our volunteer fire staff getting the economic adjustment. So that was included in the budget. But our internal dispatch services overall in 2024 was over $500,000. So there's now, with transitioning to an external service provider and that contract, there is an overall budget savings realized as a result of that.
In salaries?
Correct. Most of the fire dispatch service, $500,000 was related to salaries and benefits.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Bell?
Mr. Mayor, through you too. Could you explain what the big change in external transfers is? Is it again related to the change of fire dispatch services?
Through the mayor, yes, that's correct. So that number includes the new service contract with the city of Brantford, minus the backup dispatch servicing agreement that we used to have with them. So I think that was about $15,000. So that's been removed, but the new contract is reflected there.
So we add 94,000 in, but take 183,000 out.
Mhm.
Good.
Any other questions? Okay, move on to paramedics.
Okay. So in 2024, paramedic services finalized the new headquarters lease with Grandbridge Energy and Grandbridge Energy Solutions, successfully completed the provincial ambulance service review, and continued to provide various community paramedicine program services to our communities. The paramedic services budget approval process is outlined in our governance agreement with the City of Brantford, and this process has already moved through several steps to date with county budget approval and ratification of this budget at our November council meeting. This budget approval includes the 2025 operating capital budgets, as well as a decision package for funding for superintendent position and an additional 12-hour staff vehicle, which both have a start date of July 1st of 2025. Our 2025 priorities include the new headquarters project and phase 1 construction, optimum response model study, and continued collaboration with the Ministry of Health and our local hospital to mitigate offload delay times. This budget also notes our 911 service agreement. So the Brantford Paramedic Service is the local agency lead with respect to this agreement, which covers paramedics, county fire, and city police. The agreement is cost shared with the city and is based on population, and this is a contracted service with a private service provider. As far as staff numbers, we have 122 paramedics, 74 full-time, 48 part-time, and 20 administration staff, and that it totals 142 staff. Any questions on paramedic services?
Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Cindy. Cindy, you're showing the provincial grants for 2025 at 8.7 million. They said they were going to fund it 50-50. If they were to fund it 50-50, do you know what that figure would be instead of 8.7 million?
Through the mayor, we can look at what that calculation would be. I don't unfortunately know that off the top of my head.
Okay, so
I think they're funding more like 43%.
yeah, it's around there.
Yeah.
I think they froze at 2018 levels or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Or they haven't been
that
keeping
sounds
up
about
with-
right. The funding model used to be 50% of the previous year's operating budget plus an inflationary increase, and the province hasn't provided that inflationary increase now for a number of years.
Yeah, never do deals with the province. Listen, any have you heard any talk, any chatter of them fixing that, or does this require another delegation?
Through the mayor, there has not been any talk about changing that. Okay. We have done delegations in the past to try to influence the province to bring that back and possibly more, but I haven't heard of any discussions around that recently.
Okay, that's unfortunate because yeah, obviously it's picked up by ratepayers and that's not fair. But yeah, it would certainly wipe out that increase. So okay, I guess we'll monitor. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Okay. So emergency management. Our emergency management division provides guidance and support for the municipality's emergency management plan and compliance with required legislation. Through the leadership of our community emergency management coordinator and our alternate CMC, the county had a successful emergency exercise in 2024, as well as successful compliance with the Emergency Management Ontario audit. The county was also recognized by Emergency Management Ontario for best practices for municipal-led initiatives and the use of geospatial technology to map our critical infrastructure, potential hazards, and community features. The division has already started working on the 2025 emergency exercise and the public education program for this year. This budget is pretty straightforward, includes the salary for our CMC and materials and supplies to support our emergency management program. And there are no significant changes to this budget in 2025.
Questions? Okay.
Okay. Our Enforcement Services Division is responsible for ensuring county bylaws are respected through education, compliance, and enforcement. The division also issues lottery licenses, oversees the livestock compensation program, and our crossing guard program. In 2024, the division updated the county's enforcement policy, developed the administrative penalties framework and software development for parking and automated speed enforcement, and continue to experience increasing volume and calls for service. 2025 will be a very busy year again for this group, with 2 new initiatives scheduled for implementation, including the administrative penalty system for parking and automated speed enforcement, including the adjudication system. The number of enforcement matters continues to increase with county growth, and our team works closely with other county divisions such as planning, roads, and corporate strategy to modernize procedures and address development concerns. For 2025, the main budget drivers include salary adjustments for wages and benefits. This includes the annualization of 2 part-time municipal law enforcement officers, which were approved in the 2024 budget. There's an overall decrease in materials and supplies. Staff went through and looked at historical actuals and were able to find some savings there. External transfers is an increase due to MTO costs anticipated related to searches to support the administrative penalty system, but this will be offset by corresponding revenues in our fees and charges. And the overall net levy impact is 8.3%. For staff numbers, this division includes 22 crossing guards, 6 full-time bylaw enforcement officers. There will be 2 full-time staff for the automated speed enforcement program this year, 5 administrative staff, and 2 part-time MLEO staff. So that totals 37. Any questions on enforcement services?
Any questions? Councillor Miller.
I'm just wondering where that budget decision, that package goes in for court costs. Is that going to go under OPP or enforcement or?
That is coming up.
Okay, sorry, jumped again.
It might be next.
Any other questions for Cindy? If not, thank you very much.
Got a couple more slides.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm almost done. Okay, so our decision packages, our department specifically has 2 decision package requests for council in 2025, plus the funding request from Brantford Police Services. So decision package 17 is for a new position in fire services for a full-time fire services communications specialist. This position is considered integral to develop and implement robust and tailored communications within fire and coordinate external public communications in partnership with our corporate communications division. As the fire service division continues to evolve to meet increasing and changing demands, this position will provide expertise and the resources necessary to appropriately inform our personnel across all 8, soon to be 9 fire stations of key information with timeliness and consistency, as well as enhanced knowledge sharing. Effective communication is critical within emergency services to foster trust, morale, maintain effective operations and connection both internally and with our residents. Decision package number 18 is for a new solar photovoltaic system installed at the Scotland, Keensville, and Onondaga fire stations. This project is a partnership with Brant Municipal Enterprises and supports the county's climate action plan. The system consists of solar panels to maximize energy efficiency, offsetting 98% of the fire station's current energy consumption. It is proposed that one system is installed each year over the next 3 years, and the project would be internally financed over a 10-year term through future corporate solar revenues from all solar generating assets, which Heather spoke to earlier today. The project has a payback period of 11 years and will continue to deliver savings and emission reductions for years to come. And then lastly, Decision Package 19 is the request from Brantford Police Services for a contribution to court security costs. Brantford Police have requested the county to contribute funds toward the increase in operating costs for 3 local courthouses, indicating that the city has historically assumed all the security costs of the operation of the local courts. The requested amount is $66,000. Staff are currently in discussion with Brantford Police to clarify if or how this request connects with the existing agreement between the city and the county regarding the Provincial Offences Court. So I have been liaising with Chief Saunders, and we've been a little back and forth. But I expect I will have more information on that to provide to council prior to any decision package deliberations. And lastly, I think there's a slide on the capital program. So the capital program starts with fire services and includes critical asset replacements for next year, including auto-X equipment, bunker gear, decontamination additions for Burford and St. George, replacement of our existing bunker gear, replacement of 3 fire apparatus, and it's expected that new apparatus for the new North Paris Fire Station will be selected and ordered. Construction of the North Paris Fire Station is also expected to get underway by the second quarter of this year. And an internal volunteer engagement project is planned to survey all volunteers regarding their volunteer experience and inform administration on key workplace indicators to continue to work towards enhancing our volunteers' experience. The Paramedic Services Capital Program is also listed, and this was previously approved by Council in November. And that concludes my presentation.
Questions? Councilor Chambers.
Just through you, there were some issues related to the impounded water tank at the Scotland Fire Hall with problems accessing it. And I'm just wondering what the status of that is and if anything is being done to correct the deficiency.
So through the mayor, we did take a report to council specifically on that, I believe in the fall, to get approval to move forward with that. I know that a contractor has been retained. I may look to Darren, who's in the audience, to provide kind of a more recent up-to-date status on where the contractor's at with that project.
Thanks, Cindy. Through the mayor. The work is in progress right now. A lot of the work has been completed. We're waiting for a pump to be supplied. Once the pump's supplied, we'll install that, and the job will be complete, except for some landscaping to be completed in the spring.
So there are no budget implications for 2025. That's been taken care of before.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Cindy? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Which takes us to number 7.9 on the agenda, which is the library. Whenever you're ready, Fred.
Thank you, Mayor Bailey, for this opportunity, and I'd like to thank council. Kelly and I are here to present the County of Brant Public Library 2025 proposed budget. This proposal for budget was approved by the library board, and it does represent our best effort to minimize the impact of rising costs and inflation. Back at the library, you know, we sometimes kind of joke about the fact that we give things away for free, but we don't want you to think for a moment that we don't appreciate and understand exactly how much it costs to run library service and where most of the money comes from. We don't lose sight of that at all. And when we are gifted with the money that we use to fly this service, I want you to know that we absolutely do our best to maximize every dollar. Tomorrow, I believe, in your Friday file, you're going to receive a report about our local library service, and it's a report that takes all the data of circulation and membership and people in the door and those who attend programs, all that data that we've shared with you before, and runs it through an algorithm created at Algoma University, and it monetizes basically what those services would have cost the citizens of the County of Brant if there was no library here and they had to pay for it out of their pocket. The report will explain itself probably better than I can right here, but I want you to look for it. What it really comes down to at the end is that for every dollar we invest in a library service here in the County of Brant, the return on investment, the social return on investment, that $1 turns into $6.37. And I invite you to look at that closely. It's a tool that's been used across Ontario in other municipalities. It's a great tool for us to understand our service, how we're spending the money, how we could do better. It's one of those kinds of tools, but I offer it to you as a way to just reassure yourselves that your money spent with us is being well spent, and it means something when it gets out there. We provide a lot of services at the library, and it's thanks to your investment in the library that we're able to do it. Last year, we created the mobile makerspace, greatly expanded the new technologies that we're sharing with the community. For instance, the makerspace played a big part in a lot of Christmas presents that were embroidered and stenciled on mugs and made in the 3D printer. So it gets out there. Our services are broad and multifaceted, and we're grateful for the opportunity to put that out into the community. In 2024, we had a big priority on programming for seniors, many of them living alone and perhaps isolated by their location. The Hallmark program was entitled Digitally Savvy Older Adults. And 98% of the attendees in their feedback indicated that they felt much more confident with their technology-related skills. And 71% of them indicated that the sessions really helped them overcome feeling socially isolated. That's important data too, because it shows us that the library is really making a difference for people directly and individually, and like the report that I indicated earlier, across the spectrum as well. That seniors program I mentioned has been nominated for a Minister's Award of Excellence in Public Service. And while awards are great, what's more important is to know that it's really making a difference for the people that attend. The most valuable asset we have at the library is our staff. And when Kelly gets up and looks at the drivers of our budget proposal, I don't think you'll be surprised that the lion's share of it is staff related. So with that, I'm going to
turn this over to Kelly, who is able to answer your more specific questions and the detail. Kelly?
Just a second. Thank you, Fred. Hello, Mr. Mayor, and hello, Council. As Fred said, I'll describe the specifics of our budget for you. So our staff complement at the library currently numbers 42. We have 13 full-time staff, 13 permanent part-time staff, 9 student pages, and then a handful of casuals, and we may also have interns as grant funding allows. So our material and supply costs, as detailed in your budget, are a blend. They're everything that we spend. They're a blend of our traditional office expenses as well as expenses related to operating the library. For us, they're one and the same. So as Fred said, in addition to our successes that Fred mentioned in 2024, our circulation continues to be quite strong. At the time of printing, we had 2022 figures, which showed you that to 2023, we had an increase of 24% in circulation. We just have fresh off the press 2024 statistics, which show a 23% increase in circulation. So we're seeing steady growth year over year. In 2024, we expanded our children's programs to Burford as well as Scotland Oakland. Our children's staff are now balancing those in-person programs with online programs, our virtual programs, as well as on-demand programs that we're offering. So we're on all of the channels, but it's been well received. The mobile makerspace, as Fred mentioned, is on the road. It's delivered this hands-on programming in all of our branches. It's gone out regularly to the Onondaga Mobile Library Service, and it has appeared at several community events and fairs. So, as detailed in your budget, our 2025 priorities will be to complete our master plan, which includes services and facilities. And that will inform our capital planning for the short term, for the long term, and will also inform our service plans moving forward. Pending council approval, one of our priorities for 2025 will be to begin construction on the Central Library at the Bucket Center. And we are also focusing on increasing teen and young adult programming this year. That is easily the single most asked for service from the public, to increase things for young adults. So our budget drivers, as Fred mentioned, increases in salaries, wages, salaries. We have no changes to our staffing numbers, but you see the result of step increases, economic adjustments, as well as cost of living increases. Our software and licensing costs have risen quite a bit. It's deceiving in the budget numbers because you'll see that we're showing a decrease actually in that area. That's because we've removed a one-time fee or one-time cost that we had in 2024 to implement a new online program registration system. We also have, of course, increases to insurance and general inflationary increases overall. As mentioned earlier today, because our budget is relatively small, a large hit to our staffing budget results in a pretty significant number for us. A 10.9% increase is the highest that we have seen in recent memory, but it will allow us to provide the library service that everyone's been accustomed to. So also in your package, you have our capital plan. You see 7 projects on the books for 2025. Of the $198,000 required for this, $103,000 of it will be funded by the library's capital reserve, and $95,000 of it will be funded from development charges. So for these capital projects, there will be no hit to the taxpayer in 2025. Most of our items are asset management related, maintenance related. You'll see some technology related things. Our website's becoming dated. It's time to update it. Our computer hardware in the branches is becoming updated, and it is time to replace it. One growth-related item of note is the kiosk for the North Paris Fire Hall. So our staff have worked closely with staff who've designed the fire hall to make sure that we can include that service for the residents of North Paris. We have no decision packages for 2025. So with that, that concludes our presentation to you for this year's budget. So we're happy to take questions.
Councillor Pierce, you're the first question.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. So a couple questions. So when you talk about the increase in circulation, is it mostly virtual electronic now, or is it still physical books, or is it a combination?
Yeah, through the mayor, it's very much a combination. I'd say that we're probably about 75%, 25%. Physical is the majority, and digital, while still growing rapidly, is not yet outpacing physical circulation.
Okay, thanks for that. And just circling back to the staffing again, if we could, Kelly, you said you got 42 total, you got 13 full-time.
Yes.
And you said you had 13 part-time permanent.
Permanent part-time staff. So just to distinguish them from the casual staff or the interns that we bring in on a temporary basis. So those 13 permanent part-time staff are equivalent to 10 full-time equivalent staff members. They range from 15 to 30 hours a week.
Okay, and I'm sorry, so you've got like 16 others that are just...
Yeah, we have 9 student pages
Okay.
who are technically temporary staff. They stay for high school and then move on. We currently have 4 casual staff members who fill in on the public service desks when we have illness or vacations. And we have 1 intern currently funded by a community heritage digitization grant.
Thank you.
Councillor Garneau and then Councillor Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Pierce asked my question.
Oh, there you go. Councillor Chambers, it's you then.
Thank you. I notice, I've read in some of the newspapers, our neighbors to the south that have a library system similar to ours in that they have branches throughout the county. And they've had some unfortunate incidents in recent times where they have decided to have security personnel in their libraries and actually in some of their community centers as well. I'm just wondering, due to the times and how they are, and due to the fact that security at our libraries, I'll use Burford in Scotland, for example, who are staffed with young employees that are a long way away from an emergency response if an incident does happen. What is the library doing to look at security issues, and is there an impact on the budget that we should be looking at as a preventative measure to hopefully stave off something that may unfortunately happen due to the times as they are?
So through the mayor, I'll do my best to address. There's several facets to your question. We do have staff who work alone in some branches at some times. We try our best to double schedule staff so that we minimize the number of hours that any one staff member might be on their own. We do have a working alone policy that we implement with our staff and require them to follow. Staff wear emergency alert necklaces where they can press a button and the call goes directly to our security service firm, who will then contact emergency services as needed. We're not looking to make any investments in terms of staffing at this point, by which I mean bringing in security guards or posting gates at the doors or that kind of thing. I wouldn't rule it out in the future. But we're monitoring and we're preparing staff as best we can with as many training opportunities as possible to give them the tools to de-escalate potential problems. We started offering naloxone kits within our branches last year, which we've handed out many of to the public. Again, they're meant to be a preventative measure. We have not yet had to use any of them within our branches. Probably the best investment we can make into security for our library staff is the design of our branches. So when we've designed the central library, the new central library in Paris, we've worked with police staff, with emergency staff, to make sure that, to make sure sight lines were adequate, to make sure staff had safe passages out of areas, that it would be really hard to be hidden in a corner, or we're trying to eliminate any opportunity to create that kind of problem within the branches.
And I have spoken with some of the Norfolk County councilors about the situations that are going on there, and they're looking at such things as safety audits, security audits, and that kind of stuff that is a cost to the taxpayers. And in situations, they have a lot of issues with people using the public spaces for drug use and stuff like that. I'm sure everybody knows what happens and what's happening nowadays. So just maybe a word of caution that in future budget and future planning, you may look at what security issues that the library may need, such as what we have done as the municipality. Some of our buildings are barricaded off, and the public can't, those kind of things, because our community centers and our libraries are at risk, as well as our parks and this kind of stuff. Unfortunately, the days of open door policies and having one teenager at the library doing what the librarians maybe in the past. But it's something I think we need to look at in the future in terms of providing money to the organizations in order for them to do just that.
Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Kelly. Kelly, when I look at expenditures, which of those line items captures the cost of running the actual buildings? The heating, the lighting?
So through the mayor, we have your materials and supplies page earlier on in your does pull out utilities, property taxes, some operating costs, building equipment, building maintenance. Those operating costs are detailed on that page.
So is it captured in the materials and supplies for the library page, the expenditures, or is that just materials? You got 524,000 listed.
I would have to ask our financing staff to tell me how they package the numbers together. But it is broken out on page 133 of your binder. It gives you a little more detail, distinguishing supplies from computer equipment, from building and equipment maintenance, as well as your telephone costs and utility expenses.
Okay. Do you know what page 133 is?
133.
Oh, the front? Okay. Oh, the new page. Okay. All right. I'll have a look at that.
Okay.
Any other questions? Councillor Bell?
Mr. Mayor, through to Kelly. Kelly, just on that very page, the breakdown of the materials and supplies, the line says supplies, brackets 13, includes book collections, electronic collections, audiovisual materials. That's an operating cost, but when I look into the capital budget, there's a capital line for books and ebooks.
Yes.
I'm confused.
Sure. So through the mayor, let me explain. We do have two categories of costs. We have our operating costs, which are to fund the normal turnover of our collection in the course of the year. We buy approximately 10,000 books a year. We also read approximately 10,000 books a year. And the amount that you see in the capital plan is funded by development charges because it is specifically dedicated to funding growth in the collection. So most years it's been used for expanding our online services, introducing new electronic collections, but it could be used for anything growth related within our collections.
Okay, thank you. It's clear now, I think.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. Takes us to number 8 on the agenda, which is next steps. No, next steps of discussion. Who has that? Okay, perfect.
Sorry, guys. I spoke to the health unit treasurer, and he indicated as the new entity would be reviewing the budget as a merged entity over the next couple months, and they wouldn't have a number. So, he expected it might be lower, quite a bit lower than what was being projected. We do have a reserve of about 400,000 for the health unit, so my suggestion is I've left it with no increase for 2025 to be pulled out of the reserve when we get that updated budget. The social services has been previously approved by council. John Noble Home and the conservation authorities will be coming next Wednesday. POA has showing no increase. We did have a the actuals in 2023 were higher, but what we're seeing in 2024 hasn't been quite as good, so I didn't increase that line. And then as far as the OPP, as Heather mentioned before, with the provincial moderation of that number, it's looking a lot better, but just caution for next year.
Any questions? Councillor Bell and then Councillor Chambers.
Yeah, just to follow what Heather said about the health unit. We did as Brant County Health Unit, as you know, Mr. Mayor, we approved a budget. It was actually a 15% increase, which would have been about $200,000 more. But it is true that when as we're now a merged health unit, the budget is up for some reconsideration. It will take time, but as Heather explained, there appears to be a reserve, which I wasn't aware of. So nice to know we've got a bit of reserve somewhere. So I think the choice that Heather has proposed to us makes some sense.
That's great. Councillor Chambers.
I can tell you that the representative from Long Point cast his 7.6% of the vote in favor of the budget, which passed unanimously as presented. It's a little bit funny that Brant County's percentage increase is always highest or higher because we are growing faster than the other member municipalities. The actual budget is considerably less than 4 point whatever it is, but Brant County seems to have always the highest percentage increase.
Great to know. Thanks. Any other questions? No. Okay, well, thank you. Heather, you're going to walk us through the next steps.
As I presented earlier, our next step will be next Wednesday evening. We are going to hear, I think, 3 external agencies are coming to make presentations next Wednesday. And following that, we do have a presentation from our consultant on the long-term financial plan model. He's going to show where we're at, what the 10 years based on current projections look like. And as part of that, staff report will be coming through this in this agenda package, so you can get a feel for what things we're going to be discussing at that meeting. Following that, we do have the first budget deliberation session scheduled for February the 6th. We will have an opportunity then to go through the decision packages, go through any other items council wants to talk about. Adjustments, we'll be providing a report on public engagement results, kind of a more fulsome on what we've heard up till then, and answer questions that came up at this meeting, some further clarifications that have been asked for. I would recommend that if you have questions or other things you want us to look into, or calculations you want us to do, to please let us know that as soon as possible, and we'll present those on the 6th as well, so that we all have the same information going forward that day. And then we'll see where that takes us. If we need to schedule additional meetings after that, we will, or we'll proceed to the February council meeting.
Any questions for Heather? What's the date next Wednesday?
The 22nd.
22nd. Thank you. No other questions? No other business? We're not. I need someone to take us to reconvene as a council. Councillor Coleman, Councillor Garneau. All those in favor? We're back as a council, which takes us to the last thing on the, which is the adjournment. But if I could ask councillors to stay after we adjourn, because your binders are ready for Roma, and Spencer's going to bring them in. So with that being said, I'll ask for a motion to adjourn. Councillor Kyle, and we will meet again on Wednesday the 22nd here, all being well.